All right, Sopa Comms, it's Friday. We made it. Another week.
Woo.
Another one down.
Hell yeah.
Happy
We've
Friday.
successfully survived 7 rotations of our little tiny ass rock around a tiny ass star.
I don't know who you're
not
calling
that
Tiny is
tiny.
subjective.
Okay, medium to medium above average size star.
Our star is decidedly average.
You know, I'd love to
It's
see you
above
shine
average.
half
Wow.
as bright as him.
Yeah, technically, average is Red Dwarf, but
Average can be whatever
Well,
you want it to be.
God damn it, that was an actually
We
moment, and I
said
didn't even mean to
star
do
at the
it.
beginning.
Fuck. All right, we can't start off on this. Welcome to the show. Welcome to
Welcome to
Eve.
Friday.
This is an Eve show. We don't talk about stars.
Allegedly.
We
What's
talk about
an Eve show?
space
This
in a
show?
spaceship.
This show.
This show's an
tonight-
Eve show?
This one.
Tonight
Oh.
we talk about Eve. Tomorrow we go roaming in Eve.
Hmm.
I
Not if I don't get my way tonight.
may have to come in late for that.
I'll boycott. Bro, you'll never catch up. We'll be in the middle of nowhere.
I'll find a
Guaranteed.
way.
I'm down to go late tomorrow night because I don't work
Dude,
Sunday. So.
I got a leopard down in a Mars space. I'll just grab that and meet you up and catch you.
I'm
guys.
not down to go late because I have a bad time.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, it's Saturday. Never mind. I'm chilling. I'll just drink an
What's up?
energy drink.
There you go.
All right, do we want to do a quick round the horn and then get into the Eve things?
Let's do it.
Apparently people don't want to kill him. Right?
No, before we do Around the Horn, I want to welcome LB back to the show. LB, welcome back.
It's been
Hi.
like a month. No, he was here last
I
week.
know,
He
right?
was here last week.
It's been
Was
a
he?
week since he's been here.
Hmm.
Did we welcome him back?
Been
Been
a
a long
while
week,
since,
though.
It's been a while since we've
Did he-
gotten to see Monday and
did-
Wednesday LB though.
Did we
true.
welcome him back?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay, well, I probably wasn't there for it, so welcome back, LB.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm drinking Ice Mountain water, as you know.
Yeah. Are we doing around the horn?
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is around the
yeah,
horn.
we're
Alex,
starting.
What do you got?
Alex,
where do
go.
we?
Alex.
Something I saw in the gas station. It was Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
Oh, the hard ones.
Yeah, the hard ones.
Oh,
I tried
how
it.
is it?
It's actually pretty good.
I was interested. in that.
I recommend.
The only thing I was not happy about is they're all like zero sugar. I'm like, the fuck? You can't make Mountain Dew with no
It's-
sugar? What are you doing?
It tastes fine.
This
to
is
me.
true. Mountain Dew without sugar is blasphemy.
I mean,
Just like
those
pineapple on pizza.
those fake sugars, they can get to some pretty crazy places with artificial flavors these days.
I've not
Yeah,
tasted
they
a
get
diet
to
soda
real
yet that
crazy
I
places.
thought was good, but
Try a
Um,
Red Bull with no
And it
sugar
can
and you
give
get no
very
buzz. That shit
many
is just
different
wrong.
kinds of cancer.
Mhm.
who is it? It's me. I'm just drinking
Delana,
some.
actually.
Huh?
No,
Delana's
it's straight in.
reading.
Yeah.
It's straight in.
R comes
Okay.
before Y.
Barb.
Yeah.
Just doing some vodka and cherry 7-Up. Now Delana.
She's muted.
Oh,
Delana.
rip.
I guess it's LB's turn.
She's probably drinking some kind of daiquiri from a drive-through
Probably
somewhere.
daiquiri. White Russian.
That's what I
daiquiri?
figured.
Or
One of those
she's
44
muted
ounces.
She went to get some.
Possible.
Maybe.
Elby, what do you got?
My turn. I got a Paul Anner Weiss beer. German. It's German beer.
Oh, Paulaner is good.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, as far as what you can get in the store.
Redline. Nope.
I'm drinking Ice Mountain water today,
It's ice.
and I've also enjoyed some delicious green leaves.
Eucalyptus.
Sure, yeah. we'll call
Eucalyptus
it that.
dick.
I think he's referring to the Wana of Mary's.
Ah,
Fuck, that was
Oh.
well done.
oh,
Who did we just lose? Someone that joke tilted someone right off the fucking planet.
Red line.
Oh, Redline just he can't handle it. He's just Skyhawk,
I was
what
going
do
to be
you
on
have?
open comms, but then I got high.
I'm double fisting it right now between a big jug of dihydrogen monoxide and a vodka lemonade because it's important to stay hydrated and get your
It
vitamin
is.
C.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vitamin C from the lemonade.
Vlad?
That's a great emote.
I am
Rayo.
doing
Use
a
it as much as
gin
you
and
can.
tonic with some Icelandic pink gin
Pink
that I
gin.
got at FanFest a couple years ago, and I'm actually almost out.
Oh, good to be up.
So I will have to restock.
Oh, yeah, I gotta remember to get.
I have questions, by the way. Lots of questions when we actually get into the show and talk about
Hmm.
FanFest because they're FanFest questions, but they're for later.
Okay.
All right, so before the Eve stuff, did Oh wait, Delana's not here yet. She's okay.
Damn it, Donana.
Well, when she comes back, she can do the thing there.
We were going to start by talking about Eve Nola, which is
Well,
next
so
week.
so we can jump. We can
But
go past
she
that.
said
We
if
can
you
let-
know you're coming, you know it's happening. So like, I think she said we don't even need to talk about it.
Well,
I
we
think
can
it's
talk
fine to
about.
hype it, but
It is. We'll let her talk about it when she gets back. Why don't we move on to talking about FanFest since that is like around 40 days
we
from
talk
now. is
about
when we get
FanFest
there.
every. Hold on, before we do.
Well, Red
That's
Line
the
City.
later.
There was a patch.
Red Line
Oh.
City.
I'll remember
Red Line,
them.
Red Line City.
I'll
had a
remember the
question.
questions. Calm down, Miner.
I was just trying to keep it on topic.
What?
Um,
I'm loving.
There was some update news though.
Yes, there is a patch.
There's a beat.
There's a beat.
You got the beat?
Well, I just pulled up the beat. I haven't even looked at it yet.
Oh, neither have I.
Is it a beat by Dre?
It's a terrible time to talk about the beat. And let me tell you why. Because this panel focuses very poorly. So we should talk
It's
about
true.
the meat instead of the potatoes. Simple as that.
Okay.
Biggest
What's the meat?
update to the
I like-
game in the last 3 years. I'm just kidding. Hasn't been that's not the biggest update, but there was a massive update to the
Mhm.
video game on Wednesday. Wednesday, by the way, not Tuesday. The fuck
Which
was
is
that
weird,
about?
right? Odd.
Yep, you always
First-
patch
Throws
on
everything off.
Tuesdays.
First, they're doing their fucking things on Instagram Reels, fucking YouTube
That
Shorts,
was fucking dumb. It's like,
cancer,
ooh, we want to
literal
appeal
death.
to TikTokers. It's like,
And
people to
then,
play Eve don't watch fucking TikTok.
yeah,
Put out a
yes,
fucking
we
dev
do.
vlog like Real
All right,
Beat.
all right.
do,
Calm down.
but-
Calm down,
Yeah,
boomer.
calm down.
Calm
Miner.
down,
Instagram is
Miner.
not TikTok. Let's just chill out a bit.
Yeah.
They're trying different social media platforms. It's not a bad
But
thing.
then, it is a bad thing. Don't
Why?
encourage it.
I'm fine with them putting stuff on social media.
Okay,
I just
first
don't
off,
think they should only
I'd
put
rather
it
they
on
didn't
one
use
social
that.
media.
Okay, let
Putting
me
it
let me
on
talk to you.
Instagram
Let me
on-
talk to you about this.
On
Let me
top
talk
of
to you
other
about this.
things
So,
would be good.
Icelandic people, they talk pretty quickly, right? And sometimes they have an accent. Maybe they're a little bit hard to understand. Instagram Reels doesn't have a seek feature, which means that if I'm watching on the computer, which 99% of Eve players would be watching from, I can't seek the video forward or backward if I miss what the fast talking person has said. I have to watch the whole thing
But
again.
that's
which
So
why they
is
use the
terrible.
American guy for most of them.
Yeah. Well,
The
so
And
what I was saying.
what Drayden was saying earlier was correct, is like right on the nose. I think in that they need. It's not bad that they're doing it on Instagram. What's bad is they're only doing it on Instagram.
Yeah, if they put it everywhere else, put it on YouTube. Then you do have a seek feature. Put it on
And people like to
Twitter,
watch
put it or
YouTube.
X or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Put it on.
and
put it
there
on
are
TikTok. I mean, if you put it on
Steve
all of
Whiskey.
them, like
There
I
are
mean,
tools out there that companies can use. I've worked with some of them before, where you literally like schedule a post in and it will put it out across multiple platforms. Marketing departments all around the world use shit
Ooh.
like this. Like it's very easy to make it
So-
so that it goes across multiple social media platforms.
I don't think that that's the problem. I just don't think that I just don't think they're doing it. That's all. Sorry.
I mean, so you're upset they put
Losing
this
my
only
train
on
of thought
Instagram, but if they had put it all the places, it'd be fine, right?
Yeah, no, that would have been fine because like it's like I was saying, it was just annoying to have to watch the video like 3 times to hear what CCP Burger was saying. Because he's not the American guy, by the way, you motherfucker.
How many did he do?
He
And-
did one, but
Oh,
it was an important
many were
one.
out?
Like
The American
4?
guy would be
I think it's really
Swift.
important for the player
But they
base
put
to
they
not
put the
bash
last one on
CCPs.
short.
Whoops.
I think it's important to not overly like bash CCP for actually trying to be better about communication.
Don't tell me what to do.
Instead the feedback should be constructive, and it's more constructive to be like, hey, cool, love that you're trying. Also, don't
I
only
don't.
do it on this platform.
I
Yeah.
don't love that you tried that. Don't do it again.
No.
Simple as that. I'm not
As you get-
bashing you.
And
I'm
this
stating an opinion. It's not a bash. You know, you do it how you want to. I'm just saying, if it were me, I wouldn't do it like that. Simple as that.
So, okay, but well, so I mean, aside from like where on social media it got posted, though, what was
Yeah,
the?
no, unfortunately that was a huge part of it. But the big update was like, no, I'm so serious. Like that was a big part of the update. But anyways,
I put two
it was
links in
mining.
chat.
The mining
One is to
update,
the
man.
dev blog and one is to the actual patch notes. So you should probably look at the dev blog one first, and that will give you like an overview of all of the changes. And then when you want the nitty gritty details, go into the patch notes and read those.
I would start with the patch notes and paraphrase and make your own words from there.
Hmm.
But basically, this update is the mining update. They're making the rock. They made the rocks bigger, more dense, more M3s, and there are new sites for capital mining, Rorquals. The
Yeah, they're better for
fields
capital
are
mining.
ripe.
So, Skyhawk is our resident king crab. What are your thoughts on the patch?
To be completely honest, I have not really looked at it. Only my main is currently subbed.
He's not the king crab, by the way.
Not right.
He's
No.
wealthy. He doesn't need to
Not
be a crab.
when I play actually like I need to get to neutral now. Like there's still
My
leftovers
God.
here.
Just give me like 100 build, dude. 100 build. That's all I need.
That will set me back on my goal.
Hey, can
I'll
I
give
chime in
you
really
back
quick on the Instagram
200.
thing?
No, we moved
I-
on from that, bro. We're not
You
going
literally
back.
were just talking about it.
We weren't. We stopped. We started talking. We're talking about the mining. We're talking about the big rocks. We're talking about T3 sites. We're talking about choices. We're talking
Yeah.
about nerfs to projection.
We're talking about Thespian
Insublex.
gas.
So that was another big thing. Kind of a surprise on that. Also some filament changes. They all have cooldowns now. Not cooldowns.
Spin
Spool up.
ups.
Been up.
Spool
yeah.
ups. I was saying I was getting there. I didn't need help, but I appreciate it. So yeah,
The
that's
only thing
just a little bit.
The only thing about the filaments is I'm not a huge fan of how long the extract timers are from Punch. I think it should be a minute rather than 2, but everything else I think is good.
There's a
I thought it-
flaw in the
thought it was-
needle jacks, though.
I thought it was
course
nice they
there
also
is.
banned them from dead space areas too.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's
But
a nice one.
The reason why I think it should be 1 minute instead of 2 is it should be possible to get probed if you're really good, but like right now it's 3 minutes, so basically like anyone, no matter how good they are, if they're like 1/3 competent with shitty skills on an unbonused haul, can fucking probe you down in 30 minutes or in 30 seconds. Blah, 3 minutes, god damn it. But 1 minute actually requires like more specialized gameplay in order to catch someone using one.
And my argument against that would be you're using a fucking filament. Fucking deal with it like the people that you're just randomly dropping on. That's my argument against that.
Yeah, good argument. Loved it.
I'm just saying, like I've
Big buff
personally had
guy.
a kind of a vendetta against filaments because I think that they're way too. I mean, you can just use it if you don't like it, just get the fuck out. Granted, I know you have a cooldown timer, but most of the fleets that are
Good.
taking on them don't have a lot of problems sticking away from fleets that are chasing them until they can get out of there. So it's like the amount of times that people form for filaments and then they just filament out, and you're just like, cool. Well, that was a waste of everyone's time then.
Praise Akaroth.
Well, remember though, those spin-ups you're talking about are
They're
like
not
the
that
filaments
long.
into Potchfed. The
Oh.
only one I'm referring to are the ones out of Potchfed.
Oh, I'm aware, and I don't have an argument against that. I'm just talking about the spin-ups to get out. Like when you're talking about how, well, I mean, yeah, 2 minutes is quite a long time to have to sit there and Potchfin, and I don't have a problem with that shortening to 1 myself. But yeah, I mean, I agree. 2 minutes is a long time to scan somebody down.
Yeah, that's what I think the timer should be. It should be balanced around that. If you're in a system that a hostile fleet's already in with a decent prober, like a good skills, like good personal skills, like the player actually knowing how to use probes, and you should be able to be probed out without any issues. But a Tom, Dick, and Harry, like no skills, day one
Let's
alt,
put it to you this
no
way:
no
I could probe you
bonuses.
down in 2 minutes. I could probe you down in 2 minutes.
Right.
And that's saying something, right?
That was my point. Yeah, you can't dig on me if I'm digging on myself. No,
Yeah.
but you're absolutely right. That is insane. And in some cases, it's going to make them completely unusable, which I guess is the point. They're great if you're wanting to leave like high sec and do fun little filament roams or whatever. Not so great if you are in the middle of a fight or a chase and you want to get out, which I guess is the point.
Yeah.
Because
I'm
like,
fine with
how
that.
many of the filaments that are extracting from Poshvin, Vlad? Just to kind of touch on your point, because you said a thing, but you didn't say why. I would assume that most of the people using those extraction filaments are in haulers or ships that have stuff in them, and they
It
can be
depends.
chased
Yeah, but this,
down and they
I
can't
thought
warp away
I thought the
super easily.
smaller I thought the smaller group ones had shorter timers.
They do.
They do.
Yeah, so I mean, like if it's just you and a hauler, that what is that like 30 seconds or something? I
15.
No.
I need to go back.
120 seconds from the jump.
So
Oh,
it's
like,
Poshvin
that's
2 minutes. So it's
extraction,
2
you mean.
minutes. So it's
Poshvin
2 minutes with a
extraction.
5-man, and it's 3
Mhm.
minutes with a 15-man.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 15-man would be like if you're a fleet that's like day tripping and you want to roll out. But that 5-man, that's your solo. Is there
Yeah,
a
that
solo one? Is there a one character
No.
filament for the
No,
extraction?
5 is
No.
the smallest Poshvin one.
Yeah, so then the minimum amount of time it's going to take to extract from Poshvin is 120 seconds. And I mean, really, and Vlad, so you said that you'd want that to be shorter. Why? Why would you want that to be shorter? A minute instead of 2?
It should be 1 minute. That way, it's still possible. You can't use it as an instant get out of jail free card, but it requires some effort to actually probe you down.
Wait, what are these Divana filaments? The Poshvin Divana?
Those are the ones to get into Pochvin.
Oh, okay, those are the in. Okay,
They
the other
take you to
ones.
different portions of Pochvin.
I've been wanting to get into Poshvin lately. That's not the topic,
I have
but
not.
just saying.
Redline, you
scares me
could,
more
you
than
could definitely
wormholes
bring
do.
a test Pochvin plate because we need more content.
Uh-huh. You think
man,
so?
where's
Maybe-
Dom tonight?
He said
he'd
he'd
He
be
said it's going to be
late.
late.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they should make a single Pochvin extraction filament with a timer of less than 120 seconds. I mean, like
90 seconds?
solo nullsec explorers. Maybe that's something that they would want.
Nah, fuck
90
'em.
I think there
seconds.
are single ones to get into Pochvin. So
Yeah,
you're
there's
thinking
I mean,
about
out.
one to get
That's
out.
a
Out
1
of
minute
Posh-
in,
yeah.
but extraction, there's not one.
Get me out of here! Sorry, that was...
And honestly, the Pochvin extract
Get to the
filaments were not the
Pochvin.
ones being abused. It was the Pochvin inbound ones because people would use it to get out of like nullsec hell camps.
Or
Well,
the more annoying
and-
one from the nullsec ones was the fucking someone would steal your ESS and it's like, all right, we gotta camp the gate so they don't get away with our money. They just fucking filament out. And it's like, there goes our fucking money.
Yeah, it's just...
I hated
goodbye.
that shit so much.
But
It's like,
your
dude.
money is still going to be gone because your whole alliance is AFK. So
Yeah, but there
I
was
mean,
hope
they can
before.
still do that with a standard filament though, right? It's only a 30-second spool up.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
By the way, is Drayden really quiet for anyone else? He's like
Am I?
super quiet for me.
No,
He's normal for me.
No, you're not.
Oh, I gotta turn him back. Oh, I must have turned him down. At
I
some
must
point.
have been
He's been
super obnoxious last week. You know, like, fuck this guy. I'm down to 20%, sir.
Yeah, no, I must have had him turned down for some reason.
It's probably getting loud and obnoxious. It's usually the case.
God bless. This is amazing.
Yeah, that is weird how they
it
have
can't be as bad as it used to be.
Yeah, it is weird how they have a single character filament to get in and no single character to get out.
It's
That is a
not
very
bad.
weird mechanic.
You don't expect to come back.
I mean, you can just use the 5-man, and maybe they're just
Says
they
you.
don't want to make it any shorter timers than that. So
All right.
I made it
Look,
back with all of my ships last week. Oh, God.
oh
Huh?
shit, there's an Olive Garden.
Live from the
In
Olive
Cheetah?
Garden
Dude,
and
they
the
have all of
Cheetah
our new.
4-4.
Nice.
Didn't you generate this with an AI thing, Skyhawk?
Unlimited soup
Yes, I was
salad
like,
and
that
feta
looks a little
sticks?
familiar.
I'm pretty sure you
We
did, but
already,
hey,
I already got you on the Olive Garden red line.
but
Yeah.
what you didn't do was this.
The Olive Garden. When you're here, you're family.
Love it.
That's true. It may be family, but it's that dysfunctional family that lives in a trailer park
With
with like
unlimited
one
soup,
mom,
salad, and
9
breadsticks.
kids, and a uncle.
But we still
Or
make do,
2.
don't we?
By the way, I
Here's
didn't
the red
realize I'm
line.
double.
Refuse to go there.
We need
I'm
to
doubled
go.
on the stream. By the way,
Yeah, I'm
I
fixing
don't
the
know who's-
names. Anytime a new
Oh.
camera comes in, I have to switch scenes and then.
Redline XIII.
No,
Are you
You're
for real?
you need,
You
you need to-
really? That's how you put my name on
Yeah,
the
that's-
screen, dude?
He's salt line.
Salt line, yes.
Oh my god.
Weeks
I
ago.
saw a Reddit post about these filaments, and the argument that they brought up was that if you are in if you want to join your friends, let's say they're running out of Jita and they're going to do a filament roam, but you're in Garistas or you're in Galente Faction Warfare or you're in if you're less than 0.6 sec status, the 30-second spool up or the 60-second spool up, depending on how many people you're bringing with you, prevents you from participating, because now as you're sitting there waiting for the filament to spool up, the faction police are going to come and attack you and thus give you a timer, and now you can't go with your friends. Do we think maybe they should remove the spool up while you're in high sec, like no spool up
No.
in Empire space?
No, literally, just leave
Yes.
the faction. Just leave the faction. There's no downside.
Oops, I'm back.
There's a 24-hour
there's-
cooldown.
Yeah.
There's
my
no
God.
reason for a
What are you
spool
drinking,
in
Tom?
high sec.
Cooldown.
I went
Yeah.
to the
There-
bathroom and then I got distracted by my
there-
phone, and then when I came out, my parents got home, so I had to talk to them. But now I'm back.
You are correct. There is no reason for a spool up in high sec, but
Oh,
Right through
it's
decade.
not. The thing is that it's not. So
Fix it
it's a blanket fix, right? It's not something that's specifically targeted to fix anything. It's just like, hey, maybe this will work to fix this problem that we're not really sure what it actually is, but hopefully this helps. Have fun. Like that's
Here's
what
a
this
solution to a
is,
problem you
frankly.
didn't know you had.
Yeah, kind of. That you might have had. If you didn't, now you do. Enjoy, kind of thing.
I just have to convince all my friends to go to low sec before they filament out.
Oh, thanks, Alex.
Yeah.
oh, we got a hype train.
Oh shit! I don't like that. I got my
Mhm.
blinds closed, but there's a bead of sunlight coming in, and it's bouncing off the microwave right into my fucking eye.
Sunlight, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Sunlight.
throw away the microwave.
He's
Don't
on the
complain
West
about the
Coast. It's
sunlight.
only 6:30 there.
Yeah, it's 6:30 here.
It's been dark for hours here, dude.
I wish.
What?
Not for hours. Like I just want the reason I was late, although not as late as straight it turned out to be, was I went down to the lakeshore for the sunset and it was gorgeous.
I was finishing up practice.
When I can no longer feel
talking
the
about
warmth
practice.
of the sun against my skin, it's dark.
LB, are you just naturally good at hockey? Just because you're Canadian?
No,
Oh.
I'm not naturally good at hockey.
Bullshit. You're good at hockey. You
What
play all
about
the
like
time.
wood cutting?
It's a pay
You
to
have
play fucking league. Like
You have to
fucking.
be good. You play
They
all the
have to
time.
let
You
me
have
play.
to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to be good with how often you play. You can't
I
be
feel
bad
like
at
if you
hockey.
put on a
You have
flannel,
to
you
be
would
good.
just
I'm getting
instantly
better.
gain like 15
Okay.
lumberjack skill.
That works.
Plus 15.
Yeah, plus 15 lumberjacking. Like it's like
the
I
hell,
know of
dude?
lumberjacking +5 to all skill level. to all
chainsaws.
skill
Fuck yeah,
levels.
we operate them.
Huh,
Something like that.
Oh fuck yeah, bud.
Oh,
What's
fuck
the
yeah.
song?
Oh, fuck yeah,
That's
bud.
the best goddamn song
Yeah, you're
ever
right.
come out of Canada.
Okay. Okay, bud. Anyways.
All right, filaments. Filaments are lame now. Great, cool.
Yeah.
So LB,
Yeah,
what would
they
you
are.
think
Makes
of
me happier.
this? What would you think if
there
they maybe
were-
added a faction warfare filament for pirates and then for empires where you use it and it teleports you to a faction warfare system So like for the pirate ones, it make you could go to like a random insurgency system or the HQ, and then
They
you
have
do the same for the empires.
they have a shipcaster. They already do that. You don't
You
need
have to go to
film them.
Zarzak for that. One because
Well, yeah.
if you could do that from like Jita, it's like, oh, you want to go roam Garista space without having to go to Zarzak. You just undock, use pirate filament,
you
and drop
go-
you into the pirate fac war space.
No, that's how the I mean they don't have it for the pirate faction warfare, but they have it for regular faction warfare. That's what the shipcaster is. It's
Yeah,
like
that's what I
2
just
jumps
said.
away from Jita. Yeah, I know. I'm just making sure that he understands that
Is
the
it actually
solution
2
to the.
jumps from Jita?
Yeah, for real. It's like 2. It might be like 4. I don't know.
For
It's very
real, for
close.
real.
It's single
On
digits,
God.
single digit jumps from Jita.
Yeah, it's very close.
No cap.
No cap.
What are we?
Remember,
Why are we
no
saying?
cap.
Why are we
know.
saying Gen Z lingo? I don't.
For real.
I don't know.
I
It's
don't
what the kids
understand.
are saying these days.
You old fucks.
Busting on
When
God.
they're on
for
my
real,
lawn.
You're all fucking old
Dead
as
ass.
shit. By the way, just so you know, you're old as
Get
fuck.
off my lawn.
Rayo, thanks for this.
Old as
Get
fuck.
off my
Hey,
lawn.
make sure that you
I'm-
have.
We're getting close
Make
to
sure
the
that
point
you
now
have
where
clones in the Sanctuary Institute of Paleo Cybernetics. Okay,
Oh yeah, Rome's
that's
You're
where
gonna-
that's
Where?
where that's
in
where we're gonna
Thera.
be.
In Thera.
In Thera. Just get to
Oh my
Thera.
God.
Have a ship
Yeah.
there.
It's actually
I'm moving a bunch
pretty.
of shit there. It's great.
It's a pretty solid way to get to and from wherever you want to go fairly quickly, unless you're Skyhawk and like go to a wormhole that has despawned since we went through it, and then he goes to the next nearest one and it's
Oh
despawned.
my God.
That
Did-
was so
are we-
frustrating.
Are we telling the
so, like,
story about
odd.
how I left for 5 minutes and the whole thing fell apart?
Well, like,
Is that what we're doing?
You're like everyone gets ships
Ooh.
to get a Jita, and like Skyhawk went like 55 fucking jumps looking for wormholes, and still was no closer to where he from when he started.
who doesn't check the times on their wormhole?
Well,
when
no,
they
it
scan
was getting late at night, so Eve Scout was probably not, like
Yeah,
actively
Oh, no,
managing the
no.
bookmarks. Which I mean,
When we
you
went
can't
in,
fault Eve Scout. It's like the fact they provide
we
that shit for everyone
said-
for free is pretty good. So I wouldn't
I
complain.
said it's on stream. I said I love jumping into end of life wormholes because
Mhm.
you can't
But
ever
there-
come
there-
back out.
There
But
was
the
another one
mass
that was
had-
also dead.
the
And the-
mass hadn't been disrupted yet, so it seemed safe, right? It's just a time thing.
No, it was so wobbly, dude. It was so
Does
close.
the wobble? Because like I know that there's
Yes.
the different
Yes, the
phrases which give you
wobble.
like time frames, but I thought the wobble
Yeah.
was just based on the time.
The closer it is, the more it wobbles, dude.
mm.
Yep.
You can't. You have to know. Like if you
gotta
look
look
at
at enough-
wormholes a lot. If you look at a lot of wormholes, you'll know.
I don't look at many
Yeah,
Bro,
wormholes.
you mean
No,
you can't
no,
warp
if
to a wormhole
if you
and
see
look?
it quivering a certain way,
Mhm.
you will just know.
Quivering.
That's-
Bro,
Yeah,
you
no,
mean
you'll
you can't
definitely
warp
know.
to a wormhole and just look at the size of it relative to your ship and know the mass left on it?
we are
Fucking
talking
scrubs.
about Eve right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Wait, you think I'm not being serious? I'm so serious right now.
No, the wormhole itself actually gets smaller as mass comes off it too. So I mean, like, technically, yeah, you could tell how much mass is left as all roughly.
Yeah, if you only flew the same size ship all the time.
I just avoid wormholes.
Redline.
What?
You know who else loved end of life wormholes?
Who's that?
Brother Bob.
Brother Bob. Praise Bob.
Yeah,
Gotta praise Zakrot a while ago too.
yeah. We
Remember,
Yep.
remember we
Alex and I
got
took a
into
drink. You
Bob
wanna
Fleet
update?
said,
I don't have. I
Oh,
took
go
ice
on,
mountain.
we're-
I took,
wormhole.
yeah, I took a drink. I'll take another one.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
What
Hey,
happened to
Zach-
Bob? Is Bob still playing?
No, he doesn't play. He
Bob
sold
is
his
happily
characters. and
Bob is
fucked off.
happily married and
like
doing
it.
real life stuff.
Good. Happy for him.
Okay, we're gonna talk about this fucking patch or what?
Yeah, let's talk about this
We've
patch.
been talking about this fucking patch.
Can we talk
What
about the
fuck do you
filaments for a
mean?
bit?
Yeah,
Talk
we
about
talked about the
filaments.
filaments.
Then we talk about
talked
fucking
the
wormholes.
mining. So the mining, that's kind of the biggest thing because people have been complaining about mining for a long time that the rocks haven't been big enough, that you have to warp too often to crunch the rocks efficiently. So what they did, yeah, exactly, just like that. If you got emotes like sounds for crying, now's a great time to play them because that's basically what they were doing. Oh god, that sounded awful because we both played it at the same time. But anyways, now the rocks are bigger, and I'm told by a poll that I did, 69% of the poll of the respondents said that Eve was saved with this patch rather than doomed.
Oh, thank God.
I mean, it is a massive. I was actually shocked the most about the building, but we can get to that later. The build costs.
Oh yeah, no, the build costs are big
yeah,
too.
they're getting rid of the.
I mean,
we
if
can get
you-
to that after the mining aspect.
If we don't, if nobody wants to talk about the mining, we can jump right to that because
Yeah,
I
Let's
think
talk about the mining
Aren't-
first. Let's cover that.
Let's hit the
Well,
mining.
So there's a
well, I just did. I
now there's
covered
a
it.
T3. There's a
Yeah, there's a
T3 site
T3 site. Yep. Mm-hmm.
with
Yeah,
big
it's
fucking
fu-
rocks for big fucking miners.
Big fucking
Hmm.
miners. It's
There's
built
more
for
Mercoxit
capital.
now, right?
Oh,
yeah,
there's more everything,
that
buddy.
was a big thing was the Mercoxit because for up
Isn't
until
it
this patch-
true?
What
Isn't it
bottlenecks?
true that the lack of Mercoxit was actually what was driving the mineral price index up? Because Mercoxit is required for T2 materials, and there was
Quite
not
possibly.
enough Mercoxit, and that's why the MPI was going up, and everything else was fine. Just the
no.
Mercoxit was fucked.
It could
No.
be. You could be right.
No,
No,
I mean
he's
Mercoxit
totally
was
right.
still going up, but the other minerals were also higher than they've basically ever been. I mean,
But
You're
here's
looking
the
at-
thing: as soon as they dropped the dev blog, the MPI went down.
I
No
mean,
minerals were
do you-
introduced. So how did it go down? How
do
did it go
you-
down?
Do you want me to answer that?
No, I know the
Do you
answer.
know- Yeah.
It's all fucking dirty capitalist pigs sitting in Jita playing the stock market. There's no MPI.
Or
You
it's
mean
all
Elon
fake.
Musk?
Or
It's all
you
fake.
have a shitload of people, I mean, I don't know who they were, who have been sitting on hundreds of billions worth of minerals that
There it
all of a
is.
sudden were like, I'm going to offload this now before the price
Right.
fucking plummets.
So there was no lack of minerals. Just people were hoarding them
Just
like
hoarding them.
dragons on piles of gold, waiting for the
I
price
mean-
to go way up before they started putting them on the market. And then as soon as CCP Okami came out and was like, "Hey, we're putting more mins in the fucking game," they were like, "Oh shit, quick, sell everything!" And then the MPI came crashing down. Not crashing down.
Isn't
That's
that
maybe
good
a little
for
dramatic.
production, though?
Well, but the thing about that though is that while there was a lot of people who were hoarding for a long time, I don't think you can say it was exclusively them hoarding that drove the MPI up because there's so many minerals in that can get. It's not T2. It's
I
not
mean,
like
nothing is
T2
exclusive. Ever.
Yeah, well, but here's the thing. Do you know why market manipulators always manipulated T2 instead of T1 minerals? Like, do you
No,
know
tell me.
why that? Because of the fact
More
that
limited
T2 is.
supply.
Yeah, exact. Well, yes, it's also like you can do the calculations. There is a much more fixed rate which T2 minerals can be introduced into the game, whereas T1 minerals are way more fluid. Now, could people market manipulate them? Yes, but I can tell you right now, the biggest market manipulators were not focusing on the T1 minerals because of the fact that it's just way easier for people to just mine the T1 shit, and then even if you manipulate it, they can put more on the market. Whereas T2, you can fix. You can calculate it almost exactly down to how much roughly T2 minerals are entering the game because it comes from moons, and there's only a fixed amount that you can mine in a month.
So does that not
remember
reinforce the
Urtec?
Mercoxit driving the MPI up? And
No, because the problem with Mercoxit.
Wouldn't miners be
no,
happy with an high MPI though? Why were they complaining about it? I don't understand. Like you're mining minerals and you're selling them at a high price. Like that's good.
I don't
right?
think
money?
miners were necessarily
Miners-
directly complaining about a high MPI. The problem the miners were having was that even with it that high, it was a lot harder to actually. If you've ever mined Mercoxit before this patch, it is a giant pain in the fucking dick. It was fucking horrible because I think I've talked about this last time. You would have to fly through an entire region and then hope you maybe found one Mercoxit belt. And the only way that even would occur is if someone else was already mining in the region. If no one's mining, there was no Mercoxit just being generated. It had to randomly generate from other people mining, which now it'll increase. But Mercoxit was a large portion of it, but the fact is all of the minerals were higher. I mean, like look at the price up. You can't even go back more than a year on the market, but if you looked at the price of it from even a couple years ago, all of the minerals were higher. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying we need to see tritanium go back down to 1 ISK per trite, but it was over 4 and it's been there for over the last year, which is very high for titanium. That's very high. It hasn't been, I don't know if it's been that high ever since the beginning of the game. That's a very high price for titanium. Pyrite was like at record highs.
I think scarcity was at like 5 something. It was like 5.5 per trip, like
Yeah.
during scarcity, but that's a special case.
that was like that little niche time. Yes, it was very high then, but like in terms of like long term, 4 has been it was over 4 for a long time, and that's very high for trite. And Pyrite was a choke point. I thought it was interesting if you looked at some of the build stuff. We'll get into that, but Pyrite was like drastically cut in some of the builds, probably because it's such a choke point in a lot of the stuff.
Okay, so
Alright.
more minerals. Everybody
Yeah.
happy.
More
New
minerals.
way to
easier
mine
mine.
Mercoxic. New strip miners. Deep. What are they called? Fucking ore, deep core
Deep
strip
core
miners.
strip miners.
Or, yeah.
So what the ore
Yeah.
miners do is they're almost as effective as type A's. They're like 90-95% as effective with no waste. And they're really useful for mining normal ore because you don't have to put crystals in them. You can just, they're fully effective no matter what you mine. So you don't
They're-
have to carry around like type A's for everything.
I thought the
Yeah.
ores were actually better
Great.
than the Type A's. I thought they were better than Type
with
A's.
like full links, it's like 90-95%.
Full length?
But the no waste more than makes
Yeah,
up
the no
for that.
waste is a big thing.
That's what like
Especially on
they're
our
the only
64s.
they're the only thing that when I was still like actively crabbing with my mining fleet, that's what I was always rolling with every time.
Yeah,
I'm
and
a fan of ore just for laziness.
Well, Mercoxite was also one of the only minerals and the only thing you could mine that there was no no realistic way to mine it without waste, because the only way you could do it was you had to use specifically miners like frigate-sized miners. But if you used barges at all, there was no physical way to mine Mercoxite without waste until now.
There was waste even with like the Tech 1 strip miners?
Yeah, there was no
Mhm.
way to mine with a barge. There was no way to mine without using frigate level miners up until this patch without having waste. Because there was no because the thing about it is that in order to mine Mercoxite, you have to have T2 lasers. You don't have to have T2 crystals, but you have to have T2 lasers to mine Mercoxite. There was no T1 variant, so
Shows how much
yeah,
I've
like
mined.
that's kind of a big deal because now you actually can mine it with a barge without wasting.
This isn't from the mining section, but it's about the Orca, so I feel like it's appropriate for this just because it's it's relevant. So the Orca got a buff of 25% to its warp speed, and they improved the agility multiplier from 2.6 to 2 to make it more comparable to the Orca, because to the Rourke, because Orcas, they've been just thick beasts when it comes to like trying to turn and warp, and this is going to make them harder to catch.
You know what I would like to see with the Orca? Because
No.
in my opinion, right now, the Orca just doesn't really have a good niche because the fact you have to siege at that point, you might as well just use a Rourke wall.
Yeah.
But if it was up to me, the Orca would get like boosts to its links. So it could be a good links platform even out of siege.
I was
It's
that
just-
person. So the way you do it,
It does already, though, doesn't it?
The reason you would use an Orca is if you're in like a space where it's just not safe enough to stay siege constantly. So what I would fly with an Orca and then in my 5 miners, and as soon as the Orca would be full, I'd run one siege cycle, making sure intel's clear, and then compress everything, and then keep going.
Yeah,
again,
because the Orca
that's
does
living
get a
House
base
Away.
bonus, doesn't it? I believe it already gets a base bonus without even being sieged.
It does.
But
I
is
mean-
it better than like a porpoise that's
Yes.
siege?
Yes.
It is. Yes, it's better than a porpoise. Unsieged Orca is better than they have this kind of nice stagger system. So unsieged Orca better than an unsieged porpoise. Sieged porpoise better than an unsieged Orca. Sieged Orca better than an unsieged Rorqual. It's got like a nice little stepping stone there with the way that it works. So like if you actually have a sieged Orca, you're mining better. You have better links than an unsieged Rorqual does.
Okay, so they do have a niche and less useless than I thought they were.
Yeah, I mean, I even before, I mean, the compression thing has really changed things a lot though, because that's the biggest problem with the Orca people have is the fact that it's like, yeah, the links are nice, but you can't compress, even though you can compress everything with it. You can't compress unless you siege, and the Orca has way less survivability than a Rorqual, and its siege is twice as long as a Porpoise siege is. Porpoise siege is stupid short.
Yeah, that's why I would always just feather it.
Yeah, and I know a lot of other people who have done that with the Orca.
Mm.
You basically sit there and put it in its Orbe, and then when the Orbe gets full, you'd like look around, see if there's anyone around. You do one cycle, compress everything, and then you go back to mining without compression.
Exactly.
I guess that's why part of me was thinking that like maybe give the Orca its gameplay bonus where it can do good links and compression without being in siege.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
the Orca is getting a good buff with this, in my opinion, for its agility and like able to move around easier. And
I
that's-
agree because of the fact that the Orca was in a weird spot where you, even with a oversized afterburner, now with a micro warp you could do this, but even with an oversized afterburner, you could not get off with one cycle without some really fucked fits in order to do it. You almost always had to use 2 cycles of an oversized afterburner in order to get it off in in a relatively decent amount of time.
Yeah, I used to actually for a while roll with one of my miners having a web on the Hulk to help get the Orca off just in a pinch. Because I'd rather sacrifice the Orca if getting tackled potentially on tether, or
Yes.
while not tethered, than lose the Orca.
Is afterburner? Yeah, I was gonna say. Reckon I'm saying like one cycle with MWD. Like, isn't the MWD normally the thing you use to?
It depends
for
on
those
the fit
larger
that
ships.
you're-
You get the right size MWD that you need.
It depends on
Well,
the fit you're
so
rolling.
correct me if I'm wrong, but the afterburner shortens its cycle based off of your skills, right? And the micro warp is a fixed cycle time, or is it the other way around?
I
One of
don't know. The
them
MWD
shortens its
cycle's
cycle
fairly
Yeah.
quick though. The MWD cycle's like what, 4 seconds?
I think it's
Gotta check.
4 or 5? It's
Yeah.
not much. I mean, I guess I can check right now. I started a giveaway. Rattlesnake Red Stargazer skin. Pretty sweet skin. Or it's worth $1 billion if you want to sell it. Whichever.
The problem with the micro warp on the Orca is that if you want to get it off in a single cycle with a micro warp, you sacrifice due to the fitting of the Orca, you sacrifice a lot. Like you sacrifice a shitload of your tank, your fitting, because the micro warp to get it off
Heavier
takes
fitting than an afterburner. For sure.
than an afterburner. Yeah, I mean when I was doing danger mining with Orca, I actually went with an afterburner because it was worth it to just take even like that extra 7 seconds to get off grid, just because the fitting capabilities you could get with an afterburner versus a micro warp was pretty dramatic on an Orca,
That's
especially
true.
if you're running with compression and links. The fitting on Orca is really fucking tight with a micro warp.
Okay,
It gets
Is
really
that a
sketchy.
500
I
or
wasn't
a
sure-
50 micro warp drive?
500.
Yeah, okay, because I wasn't sure.
50 wouldn't
Because
get, yeah, 50 is pointless on an Orca. You will not get off in one cycle with a 50. You have to go with a 500.
I think the afterburners might be a shorter cycle time, but the acceleration on an afterburner's kind of shit compared to. So MWD usually gets you there in a single cycle, but like you said, fitting restraints.
Yeah, but I think with max skills
Probably
you get the afterburner down to 7 seconds. So if 2 cycles of an afterburner is 14 seconds, 1 cycle with a micro warp is 10 seconds because I don't think you can shorten that. And so then like you're 4 seconds longer, but then your fitting ability with the afterburner is dramatically more than the micro warp. And the other thing too is cap. That's another big thing. You got to remember a 500 MN micro warp on your Orca.
It
You
does
basically
chunk your
have-
cap.
It kills your cap.
Yeah,
on
because
that
just
thing.
fitting it reduces your overall cap, right? I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
No matter what you do, just putting it on is going to reduce your capacitor.
So, in your experience with Orcas, what the changes? Is it possible to get it off in one cycle now, or should
I have
CCP
not
maybe look
tested it.
at?
I have not tested it yet. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go do that right now. I'm in game. I'm gonna warp on my Orca. I want to go test this now because I'm actually curious about that myself.
Or what if you leave it offline so it doesn't tank your cap? But I don't know how much. Maybe if you're running
I
stuff
don't
on the
think
Orca,
it-
your
I
cap's gonna
think-
drop. But it's like if you can just online it and then use it and go. But
I think I'm fairly certain that micro warps, when you fit them, offlining them doesn't remove the cap.
I think it does. But
I'm pretty sure that Sullen's correct. You get the cap penalty no matter what.
really, even if it's
Yeah, if
offline,
it-
damn. Okay.
Yeah,
Because
even if it's offline. Yeah, go ahead.
Because people used to do the same thing with stabs. You'd offline the stab to avoid the scan res and lock range penalty, but they nerfed it so you can't do that.
Yeah, because otherwise I would just sit there with a I could just sit there with a mobile depot, and the second shit comes in system, just be like, cool, online the micro warp, I'm out. But yeah, I'm gonna go
That's
flyover
where-
because I am very curious about that now. If that is true, if you can get off in one cycle.
Wait, did
now.
somebody talk about me?
No.
Someone said hello, I think.
Oh, don't. Yeah, because I saw no on the heart, and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm watching like 6 streams right now
Why?
Who are you watching besides us?
because I want to.
Okay.
One is 404 HD because he was a Eve streamer once, but now he drives cars in circles.
Hmm.
on
cool.
stream.
Oh, is he an iRacing streamer now?
Yep. I don't know. I
That's
just
cool.
like to fish. He has the
So I have a
little.
question. If he's 404, wouldn't that stream not be found?
Well, that wasn't found for like 3 years.
And if his if it was 403, then his stream would be forbidden.
I think he's going to Seattle.
Oh my god.
Or, oh yeah, yeah. He is going to Seattle. So I finally get dang out.
I am undecided on that because I looked at ticket prices, and it's either Delta or Alaskan and American. Fucking Alaskan and American was $2,200 to get to Seattle.
Ooh, damn.
Hold on.
That's
Before,
a
That's
big ol'
crazy.
yike right there.
before we get into
Where-
that, though,
where
we
do you
should-
live?
We should probably
Wait,
finish.
where
the-
are you?
Do you want to talk about the rest of this giant
Yeah, we
patch?
should probably talk about the patches before we get into.
All
While we're
right.
on ship balancing,
Well,
do you
just-
want to talk about ship balancing?
Ping
Yes,
me
the
when
EOS is-
you're
the
done
EOS is
because I have
nerfed.
nothing to contribute to the conversation.
All right.
The EOS is being nerfed. Its sentry bonuses are being reduced to make it harder for people to multi-box EOS fleets.
Yep.
Because
That's pretty much what it says. Yeah.
I mean, slow cats have been a thing for how many years?
Right.
mean,
this really doesn't like. Sure, you can't use sentries as greatly as you could before, but you can still use regular drones with a drone bunny,
Yep.
right? So they still have that going for them.
I don't know.
Excuse me.
Sentries of. I mean, are sentries really much of a thing now? I thought. it was
I mean,
a-
sentries
Yeah.
with EOSs were
Yeah.
because they have like instant damage, right?
Now, was
Especially
that
with like with
was that
bouncers
specifically a nerf?
or
Yeah, was that specifically a nerf for PvE or PvP? Do you think?
I think it was PvP because you had like
yeah.
I know in Pochfin it used to be a thing, but with the drone changes, it's not. Where you would use like an EOS blob with sentries to just run sites. But now Pochfin just destroys your drones, so anything drone is just super hard.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, because that particular one kind of was a little interesting. When I saw that, I was like, okay. I personally haven't seen a shitload of EOSs running around with sentries, but I mean, obviously, I that's just one case. I didn't know if there was a big issue somewhere where people just have shitloads of EOSs with sentries somewhere, because I mean, I haven't seen it. I wasn't sure though.
This
I
might have
see-
been a
According to the
wormhole thing.
patch,
I see Ishtars.
yeah, that's what I
Oh,
read. Was wormholes was a big thing as well. You bring like a
Oh,
20-man
yeah.
EOS blob.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yep.
I mean, Ishtars used to be that way too, and Ishtars were even more oppressive because it was hard to kill them. Whereas EOSs are not; they are rather slow.
I mean, they're slow,
mean-
but they're still a T2 battle cruiser.
Yeah, they're not slow compared to like armor battleship fleets, but they're slow compared to like Ishtars.
Yeah.
And who here remembers Ishtar Jesus?
No.
I know I
That
love
me?
killing them with ruptures because it was hilarious. You could lose like 10 ruptures, and if you got one Ishtar, you're like, oh, we're ISK positive.
Yeah, I remember the days of Ishtars online. I remember using them in Fact Word. It was kind of hilarious. And then using them in 0-0 is kind of like, okay, this is boring, but every fucking fleet is Ishtars.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like you were saying, 10% bonus to 10% bonus for sentry drones is now 5% bonus. So no more. Well, you can still use sentries, but they're not quite as effective with the EOS. It says in the little blurb here, we're making some adjustments to the EOS specifically to target the amount of damage and tracking that it has with sentry drones, while avoiding nerfing regular drone fits. This makes it more similar to the Ishtar, which also has lower bonuses for sentry drones. There you go. And then we talked about the Orca, so we won't beat that with a stick again. Heavy interdiction cruisers get Sinos now. How does that make everyone feel?
Yes.
Good change.
gonna-
It's
Super-
anything with more supers dying is good.
Yeah, Super's gonna
really
die
like it.
now.
Because I feel like the recons, they're fine. I'm fine with the Hectors because it makes it to where you can actually catch people, and it's not. I think a big reason why they put the Sinos on like recons only is they didn't want a bunch of interceptors running around with Sinos everywhere, right? So a Hector is still a pretty expensive ship. It's something you can stop if you are actively seeing it in intel or like catching it in gates. Like you can prevent the Hector from getting to where it wants to go if you're hunting it type of thing. So I'm fine with it. Yeah, it's like because a recon, it's like you come up in a fucking rapier, you're probably not gonna catch that super before you drop a sign. I mean, you can. I don't know, but
The big thing is the infinite point, though.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Also, like
That's
the Hector bubble. The Hector bubble is just really cool, where you can.
I mean,
get on
the
top
big
of
thing
people,
about it is
bubble
now
up,
you can.
drop a Sino and go.
The big thing is now you can infinite point a super because don't forget they have the inherent warp core stab. So now you can infinite point with the ship and also Sino at the exact same time. That's the big thing about it.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
That's-
so you
that's a
can
big
catch capitals
boost
with
for
it. You can also
low
catch
sec
fleets because you put up a big Hector bubble and drop a Sino, and people can
Like,
just warp off before.
There are people in like old school wrecking crew guys that left the game because their play style, which relied on infinite point like Sinos on Hicks, it made their life a lot harder. That and Citadels. So this is going to be a big thing to help them.
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited for the Hector Sinos. I like it.
I will say this though, if they're gonna make supers easier to kill, then supers should get a power buff. Yes, they got a cost reduction with the patch, but they should get a. If it's easier to hunt them, it should be also for a super to kill off tackle. Whether that's a super carrier or a Titan, should be easier for a super carrier with fighters, but
I mean, you could probably kill
it's
the
basically
Hector.
it's play counterplay.
I mean, you could probably kill the Hector that's dropping you, but you're probably not gonna kill what comes through to kill you.
Exactly.
So
But
I mean,
if
you
it's
might
a hunter
trade you might
killer-
trade your super for a Hector, but probably not worth it. But
Where's
I mean,
the subcap support you should be operating with?
yeah,
By the way,
Solo Rat and
I'm
Nyx
going to
get
disagree
fucking
with
wrecked.
you
I
on
don't know.
that. That solo supers should have some capability to kill off single hunters or small gangs on their own. That's a opinion I'm going to have, and I'm going to ride and die with it.
I don't know. I feel like supers are really good at cap killing, but their Achilles heel is probably one, a bunch of dreads dropping on you, or getting fucking hick pointed. I don't know. I feel like it's like I don't think that anything should just be like, this is super expensive, so it should beat everything. I'm all for the rock paper scissors mentality, to where it's like, yeah, that might be a super expensive ship, but if I bring this counter to you, you're gonna get fucked, and this might cost cheaper. I don't know.
so
I'm
I
okay
don't have
with
a
that.
Oh, exactly, and that's on the point. If you have a Hector with a dread bomb on a time bridge with multiple Hectors, you're fucked. But if it's a solo Hector with a Sino and no backup or small backup, like say a 20-man Kiki fleet, then a Titan or a super carrier should have a realistic chance of fighting that off solo.
And all they need to do to make Titans, like for me to be happy with Titans at least, is make it so that Haw weapons on them are actually good again.
They don't even need to make them good again. Just give them back. Haws never were fucking broken. That's the problem. That's the thing that I don't see. That
Were
I'm
they not,
worried
though?
about.
I don't know. I thought they got rid of them because everyone was
listening
complaining that. I thought they got rid of them because everyone was complaining that Haw Titans were fucking busted.
They were complaining that
They-
Snuffed
The
Out was
bow
using them
stun.
effectively.
Because like you drop like
yeah,
5
yeah,
Titans
was
and kill like a
fucking
whole
busted.
battleship fleet with
Be-
them.
because because if you drop a Haw Titan, yes, you'll massacre a battleship fleet. And you know what my argument? You know what my opinion is on that?
Don't bring
Okay, they
battleships,
dropped
I
a
guess.
fucking. They brought a fucking Titan. Like you should lose that.
Exactly.
That Titan is worth 3 times whatever fucking subcap fleet you could bring is. Like it should absolutely skull
I
fuck
guess
that
it's like
fleet.
then you bring dreads, but then they drop dread, and then you get an escalation. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's-
I mean, I don't know. That just is like one of these silly things. Like, oh, look at these fucking Chads. They dropped a Titan on our battleship fleet, and what a bunch of. I'm like, and they dropped a Titan. Like, for all they know, you could be baiting them. Like, you could kill that Titan. Like, it's a Titan. It should fucking skull fuck your fleet. Like, Haws on Titan seem OP.
So generally, we're pretty happy with Hicks with
yeah,
the sign
I
up.
like it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
depending on your definition of happy, obviously. No one asked me though, so
You didn't pipe up. I thought you were busy petting your cat or
Ow.
something.
I actually was petting my cat. He was.
don't blame you.
actually
I don't blame you.
Redline. Speaking of
completely-
cats, how is your cat doing?
He's unfortunately still the same as he was before he left. A little gremlin, but he's alive, so that's a plus, I guess.
Yep.
By the
He's
way,
alive. He's doing well.
I just
Um,
tested it. By the way, no, you do not get off grid with a single afterburner cycle.
So let
And-
me ask you a question about how much money does a Titan cost these days?
230 are most of the posts what I'm seeing for rigged hulls.
Okay. So
For normal Titans,
230
not
billion.
faction Titan like an Azario, Komodo, or
Sure,
Moloch.
sure. So can you tell me what reason my 400 to 700 mil hick can now both hold down this 200 and some billionish ship and call in stuff to kill it?
Because
all at the same time?
that's its purpose. That's what it's designed for. The Hectors are designed to point capitals.
Where's
Which
the
if
risk and reward? Where's the risk and reward there?
You're a
because
cruiser that can
But if the,
die.
if the Titan had Haw guns,
700, 700 million. Come on.
the Titan had
let
Haw
me-
dreads
let me-
and it was just one ship, truly just one ship on its own, he'd be able to kill it.
Yes.
Can't
So,
just base
here's the
everything on
thing.
cost though. 'cause
Give it Haw guns, right? And then make Sinos have a spool up timer.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, I
No.
don't think
Surprise
I don't
Sino-
really buy
no,
into
surprise
this
Sinos
costs
are
more,
great.
therefore should beat this. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's like, okay, you have a really expensive ship.
A
It's
hick-
really effective at what it does,
hick
but it can't do
is
everything because it's
0.2.
expensive. So just because you have a Titan that's 200 billion doesn't mean it should
Point-
beat everything that's not 200 billion.
Let me ask you this then. Let's say
0.2% of the cost of a Titan is a hick. 0.2.
I hear what you're saying. I personally
you
think it's
too?
fine, but I also agree they should be able to have they should have a means to kill it. But my question is, let's say you don't have that option. How else should you be able to tackle a Titan or a Super for that
Well-
matter? How should you be able to do it? Because
Who
the
had
inherent warp core stabs
You
of a
would need
Super and
like
a
20
Titan
ships
mean,
pointing it or something.
yeah,
Quite
it's a
few.
lot.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely
Well,
right.
and the thing is, like,
That's not the
it's
problem.
like, I mean, if you're gonna be out there doing shit with a Titan, like, and you're like doing it solo with no support, then that's, I mean, you look at any other military. Are
You're
you gonna
easier to
Are you gonna see
kill.
an aircraft carrier going out on the ocean with no other support fleet with it? No, you're not, because there's probably
going
shit
by
that could
that
deal with
analogy,
that by
Drayden,
itself.
But going by that analogy, an aircraft carrier, even with no support, has self-defense
pretty effective,
capabilities
yeah.
against other threats. It's got anti-submarine aircraft on it. It's got
Womp, womp,
anti-missile
womp,
defenses
womp.
on it. It's got fighter support. It's got strike support.
Womp. Stop talking about aircraft carriers.
Why do
Too
aircraft
much.
carriers?
Well, it's an
figure-
analogy, but
Clearly, we just
Well,
need to
they
give
turn
drones
me
back.
on, dude. What do
We
you
need to
mean?
give drones back to Titans.
No.
They
What?
never had drones. Shut your mouth.
No,
I don't know,
it's fine.
Yes, they
Fighter
did.
Titan.
They,
And the thing-
they
the thing is,
definitely
like,
did
just-
at one point.
the thing is,
So what they did is
You're
that
talking about
they
the Mars
made it
of the
so
Mars.
that they made it so that Hicks can be extremely disruptive now, and that's great for
Right,
Hick
but
pilots.
here's the
Love
thing:
it.
that Hector by itself isn't going to do shit to that Titan. The Hector is only effective if there's a bunch of other people on the other end of that Sino with shit to kill the Titan.
Yes.
So
And
that is why the Titan
previously-
dies. It's not because of this one ship that's worth 0.2% of its cost. It's because of the
Right.
other tons of shit that's going to come through with it. So
Yeah, and previously the other ship, at the very least, required another Omega account to light a Sino, right? On a
you have
recon
to
or something
have
like
an
that.
Omega account to fly a Hector.
No, you.
It's a
of course.
T2 cruiser. You
But
can't
what
fly
I
that
mean
with a
is
with
that
Alpha
it's
account.
another subscription, right? It's a second account that is now no longer needed. You're just
So less money for CCP.
less. You're just taking money out of CCP's pockets when
Oh
you fly a
my
Hector with a
God.
Sino.
I
You're
don't
right.
know if I,
Think of
I
the
don't know if
children.
I
Money.
subscribe to that.
Think of the
Uh,
children.
I don't
Think
know
of
if I
the
subscribe to that. Like
children.
I'm
I-
fine with it
Had
because
you in the
Hectors
first half, though,
are
didn't I?
the
Hey,
Hector
Maybe
is
to help bring
one.
Flex down.
It's one
Why
cog
wouldn't you
in
just
the,
turn that second Omega pilot into a dreadnought?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's one cog in
Then
the
you're gonna
wheel
kill
because
a
a Hector by
Titan.
itself won't kill a Titan. A Hector with a shitload of other things that are
It's
probably fairly expensive
So,
are needed to kill it. So
Speaking
What-
of
what- I have a
Hectors
question.
and
What
bubble-
are you-
Original point, which is
What are you
hold
doing with
on.
your Titan that you're just like out fucking around
bows and
by
ratting.
yourself,
Right?
and there's just like
What
a
alliance are you in?
You'd be surprised at the number of people that move Titans.
Who was
to
that one
low
guy
side.
that lost a fucking as
what-
Azariel and a
oh
Mohawk?
Blue Melon.
Yeah, Blue Melon lost
That's
to
different.
he
That's
lost
a different
to
thing.
that was an AWACS. That
Was
does not
it?
count.
what
Yeah.
was it? Okay, because he lost, but it was on the same
It wasn't-
character. It was the same character, so he lost the fucking Azariel or whatever,
So it-
and then he came back
That-
at him,
that-
or maybe it's
that-
reverse.
It
But he lost
wasn't an
one Titan.
AWACS. It wasn't AWACS, but it wasn't an AWACS. So what it was is though the Titan pilot is a shared account, which is I know it's illegal, but like they had
No,
US
it's not
time zone
anymore.
guys and you had European time zone guys, and they would share this Titan account so they could bridge their fleets different places.
Oh,
So
It's not-
the other guy who had access to the Titan account would decided he was leaving the game and wanted to leave with a bang, so he took the Azariel out and they killed it, and then they took the other fucking thing out
Okay.
and then they killed it,
I was
and then he quit the game. So that was also Blue Melon's stuff, but it's not Blue Melon's fault.
okay.
Also,
I was wondering
it's
because I was
not
like, how do you
technically
lose
against
two of those in like 7 minutes? That's
It's
sucks.
not technically
Account-
against the rules to share anymore either.
Oh, no?
No, they
Uh,
changed.
Hold
They
on.
changed. Yeah, they changed. Listen. They changed that a couple years back because they know so many people do it. They didn't officially say sharing is allowed. They just kind of simply stated we're no longer going to be pursuing this. The thing is that now
They
CCP announced
decriminalized it.
that if you do this, and at any point you claim my shit was stolen, we can see it was logged in via different IP addresses, like consistently. We can see it was logged in Africa, and we can see it was logged in Russia for 2 years straight. They will basically take, if you make any claim of my shit was stolen, they will basically say, cool, we're not doing anything. Like you
Oh,
basically
You just hit my point.
wow.
yeah, you basically agree that if you account share and if at any point that account gets its shit stolen, that you cannot make a claim of account hacking or
Damn.
anything.
Get fucked, Blue Melon, apparently, because that was like what 1.2 trillion or something like that worth of shit.
I
Probably.
mean, it's not the biggest loss. Like he said on his Reddit post, he can easily replace it. I mean,
Yeah.
if they killed his state Raven, now that would be irreplaceable.
because there's only what 3 of those or something, 4 of those. I
Yep.
don't know.
Blue Melon
Yeah.
has 2, I think, or 1.
Yeah, Blue Melon is so Blue Melon actually used to be in our corp. He is a very, I don't even know what the fuck that dude does. He is fucking crazy because he would just like go out on his own and be like, "Oh yeah, guys, I have a super tackle." And you're like, "What?" And he's like, just on his own, he would just go out and just take on supers and get them tackled. And then suddenly the whole alliance like is trying to ping to get things. He is a very interesting individual in terms of like, I don't know what he does. I don't know what kind of fucking monkey paw he's got shoved up his ass, but that motherfucker just like finds things to kill and does it in ways that I've never seen anyone else do. He is totally fine to get back anything he lost.
And I'm 99% sure that his income, it's a combination of some AT ships from the teams he's been on, and he probably has some old school T2 BPOs that just ISK print.
He
like-
stole some shit back in the day from at some point. I don't know what it was, but he stole a bunch of shit from somewhere.
I think there was one time where
What
he
a-
literally told us he had a super tackled. We formed a fleet to go get it, and before we had killed, he's like, "By the way, guys, I got another one." And we were like, "What the fuck? What do you mean you have? We haven't even killed this one yet."
Yeah, hurry up and kill that one. We got another one over here.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
draw this winner for the skin soon. So anyone that's not in exclamation point, take it. It's
Hell
a
yeah.
rattlesnake skin.
Okay. We've hit heavy interdictors. Reduce the web strength of the stasis webification probes. That's the wobbles, not the bubbles, but the wobbles. From 40% to 20% to reduce how effective they are against brawlers and sig tanking fleet compositions. So your wobbles are worse wobbles.
Were they even used that much?
I don't
Yes,
like
they're-
this.
I
they're
don't know if I've
useful
ever really
and-
seen that many of them. Like,
That's because the
you know-
use of them is real fucky, which is why I'm not really a big fan of this nerf, because it's already really fucky.
yeah,
Like it's not like regular bubble. If you
I
drop a
hope the
bubble
babies-
on a gate and they haven't decloaked, it does nothing to them. So you have to
Try,
fucking wait. You have to wait for them to
Try
decloak
getting
before you can even
wobbled
do
with
anything.
An afterburner.
Well, plus you're kind of sealing your own fate when you're dropping wobbles, right? Because you're getting webbed too.
Yeah.
So you're kind of
My
that's it.
my personal
Good night.
opinion is
Yeah, 10%.
all the change is not needed, pointless, and I don't know why they made it.
no,
I
I think that
second
they're
that
fine.
myself.
I mean, I feel like you're not gonna do that with a single dictor. I feel like if you have multiple dictors, you're gonna have most of them doing the regular warp disruption bubbles, and maybe like one or two doing the wobbles. But I don't know if I've ever really seen them used other than like maybe like a couple times. Like, I'm like, I feel like they were a niche enough use that I don't know if they really needed to be nerfed at all. But
I
Maybe
mean,
they should have just increased the cost of wobbles so that people would use them less.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's never.
You know what I mean?
I don't think they need to be nerfed, but I don't think that would
Increase
do
the
a whole lot.
Let's
M3
make
on them
bullets
so you can
really
only put-
expensive. Everyone can have guns, so let's make bullets $1 million a piece.
increase the M3 on them so you can only put 2 wobbles in your launcher instead of 3, like a normal.
Ooh,
thing.
yeah, there you go.
Like that way you have to be a little more tactful with the use of them.
LB, have you ever seen Chris Rock's sketch on gun control?
Yes, that's why I said that.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Symbiotes makes a good point there too. Is that they can be useful in fleet battles if your enemy's incompetent and you can slow them down. But again, that means you have to get in close enough that you can do it. And then I don't know. It's just kind of like, all right, I don't really feel like this was necessary. I'd love to see the numbers that they went off of that to see like why it was necessary. Because the other problem too is like you have to plan ahead to use those. Like a lot of fleets,
Yeah.
you'll see people don't even have them because they're like,
Yes.
well, fuck, we weren't planning on fighting a bunch of sig speed tanked little bastards, and so they just don't have them. And a lot of times it's like because your dictors are dying so much, a lot of people would rather not sacrifice a wobble dictor versus just having another regular dictor.
Alex, you son of a bitch.
Rigged.
Why is this not in this?
All right, so this seems like useless fucking adjustments. Okay.
I was in UAX.
Burst jammers. Burst jammers can now only be fitted to battleship hulls, hauler hulls, and command ships. How do we feel about that?
I know Redline hates it.
Ew.
Good change.
Shut up.
I don't know why. I don't know why you would ever fit one on a hauler because it nullifies your interdiction nullifier. So, I don't know why you would do that. Like
Choices, bro. This game's about
I
choices.
get- I mean, I guess that's just.
What if they
Why,
don't have
though?
a bubble? What if they got
I've never used a burst jammer. Is it a high slot?
No, it's
Mid.
mid slot.
It's a mid slot.
What if they don't have a bubble? But what if they just have a bunch of instalock dudes on the gate?
That's what warp core stabs are.
This is like a
If they-
high sec thing, maybe?
If
They got
they have
two
enough
of
scrams that they
No.
can hold down your DST with a warp core stabilizer, you're probably fucked anyways.
Unless
So
you can
it's
burst
really
jam them all.
it's
and
really
then-
inconvenient when like a fleet of multi-box interceptors with burst jammers warp in, lock target on your entire group, like break the target locks of your entire fleet, and then
Mhm.
warp out, and then they
Well-
just do it every 45 seconds. It's kind of
What-
nuts.
One of the most like OP uses for jammers, or for like the burst jammers is also against Entosis guys.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Jam
Oh, that's
them
still a
out.
thing.
Yep, that is still a thing. Yeah, like That's all, and all it takes is just one person like throwing a cheap ship at it, and then you can
God bless
totally just cuck
ECM.
them.
We'll blot out the sun with griffins any day.
Yeah,
of the
I
week.
I don't really have
Then
yeah,
we
I don't
shall
have a
find the
problem.
shade.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with them being removed on other ships. I did think it was interesting they removed it also though from the specific jam ships, so you can't use it on a Falcon anymore. You can't
It's
use
got
it on a
proper
Rook.
jams on it. It's got proper
True.
jams.
I used to like
True, but
using.
but they can always lock you if you jam them though. That was the
Yeah,
advantage
but you're
of
a
the burst
million
jammer.
miles away. The thing with the fucking I hate ECM, by the way.
Mhm.
The thing with ECM ships is like they're so far away that like, oh, you can just lock them back. It's fantastic. I can't hit them. They're so far away. There's nothing I can do. And if I try to close the gap, they're faster than me because they're little shield ships. They just fly the fuck away.
They can
So
usually
great. I've
sense-
locked it back. Of the other 42 people on grid are kicking the shit out of me.
Yeah, they can usually lock you and jam you from outside of drone range too, so you can't even stick drones
Yeah,
on
well,
them.
burst
Hell yeah.
jammers are really
Did-
close range. So
Did the
Primar,
burst jammer?
yeah.
Did the Falcon extend the burst jammer range as well?
I don't
No,
think
it's
so.
only
I think it's
Scorpion.
specifically ECM only.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I didn't think the Falcon. So if they used the burst jammer on a Falcon or something, then they'd have to be close.
Right.
Yeah, I think only the Widio and the Scorpion get burst jammer bonuses. Also, quick question: if you are cucking people with ECM, doesn't that mean you have to sit on the cuck chair?
No, it doesn't. Shut up. ECM's great.
You forgot all the mention we've done in
Sounds like a
hotels about
Kitsune
cuck
pilot over
chairs.
there.
I don't know what you mean about cuck chairs, basically, because I get what you're saying, but also like the chairs are comfortable. So like, what do you mean?
Okay. Burst jammers
Anyhow,
are done.
back to jammers. Yeah.
Okay. What's this? I don't understand this thing. A009 C13 wormholes reduce lifetime from 16 hours to 4.5 hours. Is this the frigate holes? Are these the frigate holes that people were like, every
No,
time we try to
these
evict
are-
someone, these frigate holes, and then people pour in and there's nothing we can do and blah, blah, blah.
It's
No.
A009.
No, these are the
C13
freighter-sized
wormholes.
Oh, those are the
freighter
shattered
size.
wormholes.
Freighter-sized wormholes. Yeah, they're the ones that you can bring in a bunch of freighters through.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Either way, I don't care.
Aren't C13s the shattered ones that you can't put structures
No.
up?
No, they're the freighter ones. Like I said.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, it's
I'm
it's
the
a it's a
expert here.
500 million kilogram or yeah. I don't know why they list that on websites. Everything in this game
Yeah.
is by tons.
Yeah. Cool wormhole story.
Mm.
Yeah,
Cool,
it's
cool wormhole
it's
story.
it's a yeah, it's an interesting change. I'm curious what
They
I'm curious
fixed
what the reasoning
seagulling.
was.
They fixed seagulling in LowSec. Hallelujah.
Seagulling.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
you've been
You
cut.
actually have to participate now.
Well, that's in the battlefield sites. Yeah.
It's probably good.
Yep.
So yeah.
It's part of the factional warfare and pirate insurgency rebalancing.
Mhm. It doesn't have any effect on the pirate insurgency because it has to do with the faction warfare sites, but the other stuff, the pirate fob has now dropped 1.5 billion ISK in average loot. So now there's a reason to shoot the fob. So that's fun.
Oh yeah. It's a lot of
Regular
ISK.
pirate insurgency roaming NPCs now have a small chance to drop scorched navigation logs, which you can turn in at faction warfare LP stores with some ISK for a crate containing blueprints for new Navy scanning upgrade modules. That's neat. So faction scanning upgrades, fun. If you're
Has
into that
anyone
kind of
actually
thing.
seen those on Hobo Links yet?
The faction scanning upgrades?
Yeah.
No. I haven't really looked at Hobo Leaks, but what's this? Rebalance the number of pilots that get paid when completing multiplayer reward complexes. So previously, you'd either have a one person site or a 5-person site. Now what that resulted in was 5-man gangs, 5-man Algos gangs would roam around and soak up all these multiplayer sites. Now, what they're turning it into is if it's a scout sized site or a small, the multiplayer sites are only for 2 pilots. So the 5-man gang, no, you're not getting paid out as much as you should. The mediums are now 3 instead of 5. The larges are now 4 instead of 5. And now the only ones that remain at 5 are opens. And you can't run an open with 5 algos as you don't have enough DPS. So this is kind of like hitting at the multi-boxers in excuse me, faction warfare and insurgencies.
Fraternity.
Oh yeah. So that's a neat change. That's not the change I was hoping for, but it is what it is.
I mean, LB, fraternity's been the biggest abuser of these the entire time. So,
Right. I mean, yeah, fraternity and fraternity affiliated groups are the ones who are running these multi-boxing algos.
I'm gonna
Fleets.
test Graham and say it to my fucking face.
Okay. That desto.
3T7, bro. Let's go.
Okay.
China and Chinese aligned alliances.
Okay,
That's
there you go.
racist.
Now that's racist, but thank you for clarifying.
What if we just call it Asian time zone?
What if we just call
Asia's
it?
a big place.
It is a big place.
Yeah, you could have
There's a
you
lot
could
of
have
time
an
zones.
Indian alliance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Australia? Wasn't that like?
Yeah, Australia time zone's the same thing.
Yeah.
AUTZ is what it is.
No,
Actually,
it's different. They got a different accent.
DNTZ is a little bit later than AUTZ, but I'm sorry, earlier. I think.
Yeah, it's G'day, mate, instead of Ni Hao.
Okay, here's the battlefield site one. You got to be within 200 kilometers of the entrance beacon for the last 3 minutes to get paid LP. So that's cool. Move structures. Oh, there's something with structures. Who cares about that? So that's like, that certainly is a change to faction warfare and pirate insurgencies, but
Indeed.
it is okay. Neat.
All right.
I guess.
I gotta head out, so I guess I'll have to ask my FanFest questions next time.
Oh,
What,
I won't
what's your
forget
them.
FanFest? Hit them with
but-
us
do
now,
it.
and then we'll
Just
do
do it now.
We'll do that now, and
Maybe-
then we can.
No, I'm going to bed. Maybe next
No,
time
go
you'll
to bed in
focus
10
on the
minutes.
topic
Hit us
so that
now.
you can finish. No, I'm going to bed now.
I tried to get you to say
You're
it.
not allowed.
Really?
No.
If you try to go to bed, I'll
Oh.
come over and wake you up.
Oh, he's
Oh,
gonna
he
skip
just
Yep,
left.
he just left.
Yep.
I'm gonna send a complaint letter.
I
To,
guess if Redline's
I-
leaving,
I'm
then
gonna
I guess
send
we
a
finish the
complaint,
patch notes and then let Delana talk about Nola.
complaint letter going.
By
to
the way,
Ag-
Skyhawk, I've been fucking around with this. It looks like if you put an inertial stab on an orca, you can almost get it down to 1 cycle of an afterburner. The thing
Yeah.
about this that's fucking weird though is afterburners are actually really odd in that the skill for it reduces the time length of the afterburner. So I'm not sure if you actually had afterburner 1, you might actually be able to get it in 1 cycle because then your length of the afterburner is like 3 seconds longer. It's a really weird thing where I'm because
Yeah. makes
it's
sense.
really weird. I think I actually brought this up to them when I was on CSM that the afterburner skill is a really weird skill because the reality is that as you increase it, you increase your cap requirement because think about it, if you cycle more, that means you're actually going to have more cycles that require cap.
Yeah, you're sipping on the cap that much faster.
Yeah,
It
I
doesn't
don't
give you more opportunities to turn it off though. Does it
Mhm.
cycle more?
technically yes, but the thing is if I had a choice between turning off an afterburner sooner versus turning off a micro warp sooner, I'd want the micro warp off sooner than the afterburner. But that's not how it works. The micro warp is the same time no matter what you do. It just you get more of a boost.
Yeah.
But the afterburner actually reduces the time length of the afterburner cycling with each skill level, which is just weird.
Yeah. Well, so
Like
yeah,
the
you
afterburner
also-
really
there's a
fucks with your
skill-
agility though.
There's a skill for reducing the cap requirement. Yeah. The afterburner fucks with the agility. The speed.
Not as much as the micro warp does. The micro warp is way worse in terms of your agility.
No,
Yeah,
it
but
takes
if you- if
longer
you're
to get
align-
into
if you-
warp.
yeah, but if
if
you're
you're using an
aligning-
afterburner, it takes longer to get into warp with an afterburner than it does with a micro warp drive.
Yeah, if you're aligning, you're not doing a turn. So that's not an issue. It's mainly just it's purely just what's the acceleration rate boost that you're getting. And you're gonna get a way higher one from the MWD than the ABE. But the MWD is gonna take more cap to do that, but if you generally will only need one cycle from the MWD as opposed to the AB. So I don't know. But again, like then there's fitting
Yeah, no, I was only stating
restrictions
that
and cap requirements to activate it.
afterburner is just a weird skill because of the fact that it actually increases your cap requirement for using an afterburner because it increases the cycles that you're going to use.
Also, I started another giveaway. Exclamation point ticket. What is this one? This is a hubris skin for all 3 people out there that fly a hubris. You can sell it, but I think the skin's in 1DQ because this is one that Dominar gave you, so it's in 1DQ. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you can like remote contract it or something if someone wants it, or you can activate it and get into a hubris or something.
Isn't that the Lancer Galenti Dread?
It's the Lancer. Is it the Galente? I thought it was the Amar. It might be the Galente one, but
No,
it
the Amar
is
is
a
the
Lancer
main.
tread for sure. Yeah, I think it's the Galente, but yeah, it's definitely a Lancer.
You want to keep talking about patch notes?
Yeah.
So now we're on to fleet improvements, and these are all handshake ones. So these are all player influence changes. They added an
Allegedly.
option. Why would they lie about that?
I mean, I trust no one.
All right. Good talk. Added an option for the boss to disband the fleet. That's good.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, I'm
Right.
waiting for the first rage quit by an FC. This fleet is so awful. I'm fucking disbanding it. Click.
It's actually helpful though, because then you don't have this fleet that's because if people leave the fleet and the boss leaves the fleet, then it shifts over to someone else's default boss, and then you have this fleet that's just stuck on the fleet finder that people are. So I'm fine
What?
with
You
that.
don't
I'm
like
fine with
going
that
through
when
and
they're-
manually kicking 200 people from a fleet?
Yeah, it's like I'm fine with this where they're like this fleet's over and they just end it, and then there's no weird shit going on. So
3 standing fleets because if people keep fucking leaving
Yeah.
fleet and creating a new fleet.
yeah, I think this is like this isn't like some super strategic thing. This is just like a nice QOL change, I think.
Yeah. Now possible to flag yourself as exempt from conduit jumps and the regroup command.
Oh,
That regroup flag is fucking amazing for interdictor pilots because
100%.
you're trying to move FC regroups and that you get regrouped instead of where you were. Yeah, it's a fucking amazing QOL change.
yeah, that's cool.
It's now possible to set a max fleet size and save max fleet size and default squad setting to saved fleet setups.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the player influence changes are like, yeah, that seems good.
Yeah. I mean, this is like, I'm sure Black Ops fucking dudes would use this quite a bit, right? And like small gang stuff and like super like well organized fucking dudes who are like, this squad does this and this squad does that, and all our interceptors go in this squad, and we'll save all that in our fleet setup, and then I don't have to fuck around with it next time I turn the fleet on. We'll just fucking use this setup.
There's 2 little things that they did in this patch that I also really like. So I know not everyone likes or uses the radial menu, but the fact that you can now use them on Ansiblexes, love that. Absolutely love that.
I
and
use the
then they
radio
all
menu all the time.
and then they also changed it. If you're someone that has a bunch of different races of like cap ships lying around, and you've got to have a bunch of different fuel, they've changed the fuel icons to be different colors based on the state.
Yeah.
I love that. God
yes.
damn, that
It's
that
fucking
so- the whole
fantastic.
patch right there. That is it. The amount of times I've had the wrong
Skyhawk.
in this.
You also mentioned a major change that's coming in the patch notes.
They did.
The Ansiblex changes.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. They
This
added a
next-
new broadcast command, a repair target,
This is
which will be
so-
handy when we're out with Ansiblexes. So we're just going to talk about it in a few minutes here.
Not okay. So this is a fantastic change. This broadcast, and not just for Ansiblexes. So here's the thing, especially in bigger fleet fights, when you're flying Logi, and let's say that it's a big fight where it's like you have your fleet of dudes, and then let's say you have some allies. So there's like 2 or 3 separate fleets going on, and the enemy has multiple fleets. And it's like your fleet's not getting shot, so your Logi's just sitting there twiddling their thumbs, not doing anything. And what I'm usually doing is looking like, okay, our fleet's not getting shot. That other fleet of ours that's an ally is getting shot, and I'm trying to look in and be like, who's getting shot? And you're trying to find the primary, and like maybe you can send some reps their way, and then maybe you find like, hey guys, if you can rep this guy. But it takes everyone so long to try and find that target. It's like if you could just broadcast, hey, everyone in our fleet that are just we're not doing anything, rep this guy. And so you now are able to like get Logi wings from multiple fleets helping out each other if you have people paying attention. So maybe either the Logi FC or the Logi Anchor or someone in the Logi thing. This is a really cool one that can make people that actively do that stuff could make Logi stuff way more effective. So this is it seems like just a kind of cool like little extra thing, but this could be really impactful in big fights for sure.
Cross fleet Logi.
Yeah. Really good.
Incursions.
Because the thing is like it's like
incursions is where I see this incursions is where I see this used a lot because of the fact that incursions are so monotonous when you've done 20, 30, 40 of them back to back that like there's a lot of times where somebody will just be getting wrecked and that guy is like half asleep at the keyboard and they'll never broadcast for reps, and then suddenly the FC is like, everyone get reps on this guy. Yeah. So now the FC can actually broadcast like rep that dumb motherfucker who is just getting wrecked.
Yeah, so I'm just saying like because before in the fleet situation I was talking about, you don't want to like there's no way to broadcast that person other than broadcast them as a target, but the second you do that and your whole fleet's going to shoot them and kill them instead of helping them, so you can't broadcast them as a target. And so it's like, what else do you do? You just be like, hey, go to your blue overview, not everyone has those, and like find this person. Like it takes everyone forever. It's very not effective. So this would be a nice thing where you just broadcast in your own fleet, be like, rep this dude, and everyone that has broadcast for reps things turned on can just do it easily. So
it's a good change.
Yeah, I like it. This is like fucking Logi wet dream update. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Sick. What do we want to talk about next? So we can talk about Ansem Lexus next.
Though.
No Logi kill mails.
Or we can talk about the reduced cost of capitals, or we can talk about warp speed changes.
I both love and hate them for this portion of the patch because I love that cap prices are going to come down from this.
Okay, we're talking about that then.
I hate how much I'm going to have to go back through my spreadsheets.
Right. So that's the science and industry portion of the fucking patch notes. And it starts off with sales tax has been increased from 4% to 7.5%. Boo. Taxes.
Taxation without representation is theft.
We're paying for the sins of all of the fucking bot ratters is all I say to that.
Do I get more services if I pay more taxes? Where's my universal health care?
No, Doge has already gotten rid of that.
No.
Oh my god.
That's what you have to give up for the privilege of being the 51st state.
I will never. I swear to God. We're not getting into that right now because you're going to fucking trigger me. Anyways, Mercenary Dens Infomorph generation has been lowered from 80 to 115, average 100, to 65 to 100, average 82.5. So less Infomorphs. I don't know. Was Infomorphs fucking a problem?
They're a problem in that there's a problem. There's a problem in that there's so much of them and only 2 things that people spend them on.
Right, those skill books for the fucking breacher pods, right?
And the ships themselves, but the problem is they're so niche though that it's like they're not dying fast. Like there's so much Infomorphs in the game right now for so little Cenotaphs and Thalos? What are they? Tholos. Yeah, there's so much of the Infomorphs for how many of those are actually in the game.
Well,
yeah, so they're just basically it's just flooded in the system too much.
Yeah, I mean, basically, unless you're killing a capital, the Cenotaph is fun. It's a meme, but it's not like
it's a fancy Black Ops.
Yeah, it's just kind of like okay, I mean, Like, there's just a lot of other
Well,
things people would use instead of that. Honestly.
well, the problem is like the Cenotaph also, because of its percentage-based damage system, is like if you tag something that's smaller than you, you're wasting. If you tag
Yeah.
something bigger than you, it's really nice little terrifying terror weapon. But the problem also is like some of the skills don't make sense. Like one of the skills in particular, the one that does the length of the breacher pod. One problem with the breacher pod is it's a real
Range.
mess because it's too long and you end up stacking.
Can't you shoot multiple though, and then it just
Yeah,
adds
you
the
spread
time
it
to the
around.
edge?
I think the biggest downside of the breacher pod is that the range is so short. It's a launcher.
Yeah.
Now, I don't. The
I don't have a
might be
problem with
little
the
bit-
range, but it's just kind of like
Like the Tholos is what, 6
Well, you can
kilometers,
stack-
and it's a
you
it's
can
a
stack
launcher. So
them,
if someone's
you-
moving, like you have to be like 4 kilometers when you shoot it, or else it's probably not going to.
It's a brawler. They're brawler
Well, but
ships.
here's-
Yeah.
Yeah,
Could be
but the
windshield to
problem is the
windshield
breacher
anyways.
pod has. Yeah, if you ever actually use them and you actually tag somebody or you get tagged by them, watch the icon, because the icon will actually show you having a cycle that will slowly but surely break down. And the problem is many times if you double tag somebody with a breacher pod, you're wasting it.
Yeah, just
Because
read.
you're basically going to go.
Just
yeah,
read.
because
ups
you're gonna have a whole
the
bunch of-
time.
Yeah, well, no, not re-ups the time. It just means that the next pod, you're not going to get as much damage out of it.
Well, right, I'm just saying, like,
Because
if
if you
let's
overlap-
say, like, the first breacher pod, it's 75 seconds. Let's say it's elapsed 20 seconds. So it's at 55 more seconds, and then you hit the same target again. It just goes back to 75 seconds. It doesn't stack the damage. So.
It doesn't reset. It actually stacks them. So you have multiple.
Yeah, I was gonna
in-
say
in
you can launch multiple, but it just adds the time to the total time, right? So if there's like, if it
Oh.
adds 75 seconds and it's got 10 seconds left, then now the time is just reset to 85 seconds.
It
Oh,
counts-
so
it
it
counts
adds
as
the
2
time.
separate
Okay,
attacks.
okay. But it doesn't
has 2
double the
separate-
damage up, yeah.
No, what it does is actually stacks. So there'll be 2 pods on you. One will not engage until the other one runs out.
Yeah, that's what I was
That's one of
saying.
the-
So
that's
it
one of the
literally
reasons,
just
like-
kind of, yeah, it just kind of adds the time onto whatever is left, right?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't add it to the icon. It's 2 separate pods. 2 separate icons.
Right, so it
Both of them
starts
count
the
as
the-
new one
but
at
the end
75
result-
seconds.
Yeah, but the end
Mm.
result is that it adds it. It just simply adds it onto the end. The icon may
I
show
don't think
you
it adds
only
it
have
on
one,
the
but
end. I think it's just like if you have 10 seconds left, then there's 2 on there for that last 10 seconds, but only one of them's doing
Yeah, and
damage.
once
and then
the
the
first
one
one
falls
digs
off, and now
all
you
the way,
have
the next one
65
starts to
seconds
fall.
left of the other one.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So it's
But
like,
that's-
yeah,
but
that's
this
why
is-
that's why like you don't
Yeah, but-
normally double up on the same target. You
Yeah.
try to spread it, like hit that guy, hit this guy. You try to spread it around.
Yeah, I
Well, that's
just
also-
wasn't sure if it
well, that's
just
also-
added it on the end or if it actually, like, if you had 2 pods on there, it's technically sacrificing the time of the second
like
one.
the
That's
spread.
No, it's just
Well,
like
that's-
once
well,
you hit
that's
it,
why
it's
I did-
75 seconds
Mhm.
for that new application, but only one can be doing damage at a time on the same target.
Yeah, but that's also one of the reasons why one of the skills doesn't make any sense. Because if you have the skill that increases the duration of the time, yes, you have a longer period of damage if you're taking out individual targets. The problem is that it doesn't make sense when you are trying to tag, doing these double tags where you have groups of people using the Cenotaphs together, because then you're just wasting damage potential. So one of the skills, I actually don't even have it skilled up. It makes no sense to me to have it skilled to 75 seconds when just 50 seconds will work and will apply the damage, and then I can just rotate to the next one fairly quick.
I think it's fine
Yeah, but what
if
if
you're,
you only
if you're
have-
applying to multiple things, because like I don't know what's the reload on it, like 15 seconds or something like that, or 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's not that long. So
not
you can
that
actually
long,
dump,
so you-
like if you actually get into a fight, you can tag the whole ball, and that's a pretty
Right, but
interesting problem.
if you have a longer time, you can tag like 3 people before the first one wears off instead of 2, type of thing. Now
Also,
like,
the
you were
fact
saying
that-
like if you have multiple, the things like I don't think the goal is to have a bunch of Cenotaphs. I think the goal is to have just enough that you need to apply it to enough targets to fuck shit up.
Also, if you die, if you get killed in the Cenotaph with the longer time, you'll be doing a lot more damage than if you
Yeah,
didn't die. That's the other thing too about
Yeah,
the time limit.
after revenge, after
Yeah, I think it is
revenge
tracking
kills
off.
are kind of an interesting thing.
yeah.
I have a problem with the skills for the Cenotaph being the only thing that has that skill mapping. Like that was one of the biggest kick in the nuts I thought was the fact that they added these skills for them, but then there are really fucked Like, what are they? Hold on, I'm gonna look really quick because they're basically not the same as anything else. They have their own weird mapping.
Hmm.
It's like charisma and oh, fuck, I need to find them now. I can't find them.
And missiles.
Breacher pod. Yeah. So Breacher pod. It's willpower charisma. I don't think there's anything else in the game mapped like that. That is a fucked mapping. I feel like this was just a hey guys, let's introduce this, but make it something that nothing else is mapped. So they basically are all gonna skill inject for it. Like that's what it seems like. I mean, you can kind of get with the lore. You got to be really charismatic to convince these guys to go off to their death and launch. I mean, I can kind of see the lore, but it's also kind of like, okay, yeah, but nothing besides these breachers are mapped willpower charisma. That's just kind of a giant fuck you.
Am I the only one that says I'm tired of remapping and I just put everything even and said fuck it, now I can train everything the same? Nothing specialized, but nothing negative. Like it's like I don't get shitty training on anything. I don't get great training. I get the same training on everything.
You're not sweaty enough, Drayden.
I'm not sweaty enough, dude. I got the
you
fucking...
you have to think about the silliness of the whole breacher pod scenario too. Like, okay, if we deal with like Warhammer 40k, we have an actual breaching pod that hits you. You're gonna smash into the ship. You guys can go out of the pod. You're gonna attack the ship from inside. Well, this one is kind of funny because like, what are they doing? The pod impacts on the shield, and they're like getting out with like little laser cutters and cutting the shield open or to get to the hull and go through.
I thought the best suggestion, I don't know if it was last week on this show, but I thought one of the best suggestions is that I should be able to put Marines inside of my ship and have a defense against breacher pods then.
Yes, we talked about that. And where janitors or slaves will clean your ship.
Yes, I think that is that would be amazing.
But I just realized something though is those breacher pods would 100% be filled with Imperial Guard because they are 100% expendable. You wouldn't put Space Marines in there. Space Marines are not expendable.
And on the flip side, yeah, we could also make you can put Marines or whatever in your breacher pods to get extra damage.
To me, honestly, I mean, CCP could have just done a nanite bomb or a nanite missile. Because I mean, think about it. I mean, that's what basically it is: nanite missiles or attack drones, like
they
Star
wanted
Wars.
to tie it into.
They're just gonna add it in. Like,
that's why.
Yeah, but
the breachers are the dots. So you gotta get some hots in there too.
I mean, yeah,
because some dots.
More dots.
More dots. More dots. Gotta get hots.
More red dots.
Make a Sisters of
many
Eve.
whelps.
Make some kind of a ship that does like healing breacher pods. Or, yeah, like you said, like a nanite where it heals shit.
Yeah, that's the whole thing with the infomorphs. That's why it's hilarious because the infomorphs. If you've ever seen what's that show on Netflix where they have the chips in the back of their skull?
Altered Carbon.
Oh my god! Now Altered Carbon. Yes. If you've ever seen Altered Carbon, that is essentially what the infomorphs are that you get from the mercenary dens.
Funny thing is, I've never seen that show, but I'm like, that's the closest show I can think of to Eve. So maybe that's
that is. Yeah. If you've ever seen Altered Carbon, that actually is what the infomorph thing is. You basically have a bar attached to the skyhook where people are going, getting drunk, and then just magically they happen to die, and you're just kind of stealing their consciousness via the infomorph, so that then delivering them to this guy so he can turn them into his personal army. That's the lore of it.
Well, you guys haven't played Ashes of the Singularity, have you? Where basically everyone's brain on Earth has been copied and then whisked away across quantum networks to go fight in a war elsewhere.
That's the Tomorrow War. I saw that on Netflix.
Is there anything else from the patch note we want to make sure we hit?
Oh yeah,
we're reducing the cost of all capital ships and Tech 1 battleships, reducing the costs of T1 dreadnoughts even further.
No PI for battleships, right? They're getting rid of that?
There's still
the PI still exists for battleships, which I'm disappointed in. I think that's what they should have done.
No, that's good for my PI farms. Keep them.
Well, fuck your PI farms.
Ugh.
You got good templates you can send me, Drayden?
I don't.
So in the they talk about reducing the number of components for each dreadnought. Like for the Revelation, the capital propulsion engines are reduced from 5 to 4. Armor plates from 5 to 4. Ship maintenance base from 5 to 4. Turret hardpoints from 20 to 15. Siege arrays from 20 to 15. And each dreadnought gets a similar reduction as you go down the line. Excuse me. And then when you go down to the capital components changes, it gets reduced in even more. So like, fucking, I don't know. I've never built a fucking capital before. Basically, they reduced the components and then they reduced the cost of components. So the cost of T1 dreadnoughts should come down quite a bit. So it gets a double reduction,
think
right?
I've seen
I
some-
haven't done the hard like crunching of numbers, but just reading over it, I'm ballparking it around like 30%.
I think you're
So
actually pretty close.
For a
decent.
Titan, it's roughly 35 billion less. For
I don't
a
care about
standard
Titans.
Titan.
Nobody
Yeah,
cares.
so
But that's all the builders I know do fucking Titans. So
somebody I
Dreads.
know who is a much bigger number cruncher was saying basically dreads are about 25% less in terms of build cost, and I think he said Titans should be around 165 billion with the current prices. But again, that is also not including that we're going to see a reduction in all of the mineral prices as the changes, as we're also going to be getting more minerals.
I would love for the net result of these changes. And again, I haven't done the number crunching myself, but what I want to know is it finally more profitable to build a Titan? Or is it profitable to build a Titan again? Because what killed, like, the reason I stopped building Supers and Titans years ago was the market cost was below what the build cost was, which just kills anyone building them unless you're trying to, like, build it as a project and you want to, like, build your own Titan.
Well, but a lot of that was also because people knew there was no way that Titans were going to stay at 200 billion plus. Like I can count at least 10 people right now that I know who have wanted a Titan that they were like, I've got a lot of money, but I'm not paying 200 bill for a Titan.
Also that.
So there's also that component where is it now going to be profitable? Probably because of the fact now people will actually want to buy them. Whereas before it was kind of like the only people buying Titans were people where they're just like, yeah, fuck it, I don't care. I got the money. I don't really.
That's all kind of stuff that's going to impact the market cost, whereas the changes CCP's made here is going to impact the build cost and where the balance in that relationship ends up at. I hope it's profitable to build them.
I think it will be because those same people I was talking about, once they saw those changes, were like, I'll totally buy a Titan for 165 bill, which granted, that's like the build cost. But I mean, you're still looking at 170 to 180 bill versus the current build, which I think even at 210, it was like a loss. It was real bad, real fucking bad.
it'd be nice if CCP made Titans actually fun, where they're worth paying 200 bills.
Well,
for.
fucking don't fly them.
We
Fuck 'em,
don't
don't
need
fly
to,
Titans.
we don't
That's
need to
game.
rehash that one though, because we did discuss that one already on the show today.
How close are we to the one bill dread? Like, if we speculate on the drop in mineral prices, how close are we to the one bill dread?
What's the current price of it?
Yeah, I don't even know
They're like
the current
3 or
price
4
of the dreads.
billion right now.
So right
Well,
now,
it'll probably still be
it's
6
still-
bill.
I don't think we're ever going to see the one bill dread.
Yeah, for like
I don't
T1
think we're
dread is
ever
like
gonna
3 to
see
4
that.
billion for the whole right now, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Like for Goon Swarm, there's one on the market for 3.8. I'm seeing what there is on contract.
LB, there's only one good dread, and that's the Zernitra.
I think you'd be lucky to see 2 bill dread whole, but probably not even that.
I love the Zernitra. It's the best dread in the game, and I will fight anybody that says otherwise.
It's a shit.
Well, until CCP adds something different.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
they need
but
to add a Cult XL, Mystic XL, and T2 Ultra titles.
The 3.5
What
bill is
about-
basically 3.5 bill is what you're looking at for like a nag. It looks like somewhere around there. So
Okay.
you
What
can
about
take
a
that. just-
Unicom dread?
Minus 30%.
So low
like
to
2.2.
What if they made
2.1?
something in between a dread and a battleship? Like they keep getting bigger
Yeah,
ships.
yeah,
What
that
if
is-
they- what if
yes,
they
they
made
do.
a-
It's
what if they made a
called
class of
Atlanta.
ship that was like a pocket, kind of like the pocket battleships, but like a pocket dreadnought?
So yeah, eventually
Well,
you'll probably see it
Serenity
drop down
has
to about
XL guns,
2.5.
XL guns, but maybe like only 2 or
Yes,
3
it's
times
called a
tankier than a
Marauder.
battleship.
Yeah,
Like
so,
a-
so
Like a
a T-
Talos, but
Yeah, like a
capital
Talos,
size.
but battleship sized ship with XL
Yeah,
guns. Yeah.
Or
Hmm.
why not just put a battleship that can
Maybe like
fire
one
off,
XL gun.
a capital weapon?
Yeah, like one XL gun. I don't know.
So
Yeah,
let's
so-
say if it drops down to 2.5, which let's say if the mineral prices come down, let's say it drops to 2.3, is that going to be enough for you to be happy then?
Who, me? I don't give a fuck. Death to all
Yeah,
capitals. I think it should all be turned to dust and removed from the game. But
anybody
that's
who's
besides the
into
point.
this,
No,
yeah, I mean,
LB,
like,
my
'cause-
goal in life is to get you to sit in a carrier.
I mean, anyone who
Yeah.
uses caps is like, yeah, anybody who uses dread is 2.3. I don't know. I'm asking other people. I don't know where the price point is.
I
Where
think
people are like, yeah, that's good.
I think with inflation, like ISK inflation and 2.3 bill is probably the one bill dread that we're trying to get to.
Yeah, I think that's probably about as. I think 2.3 will probably be as cheap as you'll get. I don't see it. I mean, one thing that is interesting is with this patch, because they're reducing these build costs. I'm curious how it's going to affect the T2 market, because I wouldn't be surprised if the T2 market now goes up. Not just because of the cost of the Metanoxes, but because if you are required to, if you need A and B to build something, and the price then is C, and you've reduced how much A is required to build that, then you're probably going to see an increase in B, because now you're going to increase the production of that. T2 going down is what somebody is saying. I mean, it's going down now. I'm saying, I'm not talking about like in the next month. I'm not talking 2 months. I'm talking about like long term. If we reduce the T1 minerals, which thereby will reduce the build cost of anything that requires it, you're going to be building more of it in theory, which would then mean you'd need more T2 in order to keep up with production.
How much of an impact do you guys think the changes to the Metanox will have? They're upping the magmatic gases requirements for the Metanoxes from 110 to 150.
I don't think much, because people will still just source them from planets that are otherwise useless.
Well, that may also
I
be
have
one of the
a
problems.
direct reply to that, but I'll wait till other people go.
I think you'll see a lot of low sec R4 moons go unused.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because nobody really, I don't think a lot of people are going to go for that. And there's a lot of problems. Like, there's been a debate on the R4 situation, because for high sec people, the R4s are the pyrite mexilon mass source. But then in low sec, then people are like, no, we're not touching that at all. We'll do the other stuff. And there's been a lot of people that have been trying to drop Metanox in certain areas of low sec, but they're kind of squishier than other items, so they kind of attract attention if somebody wanted to do a scorched earth approach through low sec. So when you put the magmatic gas up, it's going to make it harder to source, plus any changes trying to steal the stuff, as we've had now, it's going to just make that more difficult to steal, source, and then keep one of those running and protected.
But I was wondering if it would create any bottlenecks, or if we were even close to a magmatic gases bottleneck.
And that was my reply, and the answer to that is nowhere fucking close.
Mm-hmm.
Because the thing about the gases that the Metanoxes use is there's only two other things in the game that use it: Sino beacons and jump bridges, and that's it. And the amount of that gas being generated in the game right now is fucking absurd. Like, I think that the price where it's at right now matches what the demand is, because of the fact that that's what people are using. But the problem with the Metanox gases is that I think like last week on the show we were talking about, and me and a buddy were looking at it, and because Metanox gas is just a fix, it's just generated from your skyhook. It has no cost other than the skyhook itself. There's no fuel to get it, so it's just a constant output from your skyhooks on a. I think is it temperate planets or no? I forget what planet it is, but the point is
Lava, I think.
Lava. Yeah. So the point is, it's just a constant output with no cost beyond the skyhook. And it's like the amount that is being generated. I mean, like I said, my buddy did the math, and it was like Goonswarm alone at the current prices of the gases is generating 2 trillion a month in of that gas. And I can tell you right now, if you look, and Goonswarm has banned Metanoxes. You cannot have Metanox. So I'm like, I don't know where that's going.
Why?
That's a discussion for. I'm not even going to get into that. Trust me. But the point is, they've banned Metanoxes.
That sounds fun.
So they have banned Metanoxes entirely. So
come on, give us some dank leaks.
Where is all of that gas going? I don't know. I'm just saying, though, for the amount of jump bridges and beacons that Goonswarm has, There's nowhere they're even using remotely close to the amount of gas they're generating. So, yeah, I personally don't think that change will have any impact on Metanoxes, because if there's more demand, and Goonstorm isn't
See that?
alone. Like, a lot of alliances have a shitload of this gas that they have been stockpiling.
Are they stockpiling it or are they exporting it? Because Losec is using it. Right? There's
Losec
Metanoxes everywhere.
There is Metanoxes everywhere, I know, but I'm saying,
But
like, if you do the
You
math in
can't put a
terms of how,
skyhook in Losec. So they're getting their
but
gas from somewhere.
true, but also, like, if you look, because the other thing too is that when they change the way the iHubs work, you now have to make a decision: do you want to have a jump bridge in the system, or do you want to have mining upgrades? It's not like before where you could have a jump bridge in every single system that you own, because if you do that, you're sacrificing other shit, which means you now have this thing that's being generated at a fixed constant rate with no cost, and you've reduced the amount of things it can even be used on, because it's just Metanoxes, just beacons, and just jump bridges, and that's it. That's the only 3 things that use it.
That might be one of the problems that CCP will have to look at, because the way in which they added all these resources via the soft changes, I think it makes it too concentrated in 1 or 2 areas. Whereas if they actually did like 4 separate resources that are used by certain things, but in different concentrations, like let's use the Anzaplex again, the Anzaplex / drum bridge thing. The magnetic gas will be more concentrated, while other resources will be slightly lower, but you have to have all 4.
Yeah.
Then
You know what
if you
that
do
reminds
another
me
item,
of?
it swaps the other way.
That reminds me of what you used to have to do with POSs before fuel blocks, and it was AIDS. Trust me, that's a
but
bad
also,
idea.
Yeah,
I
true. I understand what
I
you're
don't have the
talking
numbers, but I would love if I mean, I'll never get it, but I would love to know how much Metanox gas is being generated, or the magnetic, whatever the fuck gas it is. I'd love to see how much of that is being generated versus the usage, because I would bet a paycheck that it is nowhere remotely close to even.
It depends on how many big.
That's why I was saying, it's like, give us the dank leaks on why goons say no Metanoxes.
You could
Well, the other
probably
problem
search.
also, well, the other problem also is this:
I'm
that
not sober. I'm not in a mood to be trying to do OSINT.
Damn it! I want to hear his.
So the idea here is that maybe this could be a further step for a future change as well.
And it could be.
Yeah, because if they suddenly get us all hooked on this system of the SOV resources, it then allows them to kind of taper down on the traditional like fuel blocks, etc., and put a lot of pressure on station placement too. I mean, it's possible if you think about it from a strategic viewpoint, but that's going to be something we'll have to kind of keep an eye on, because yes, the Metanox system, it's not taking enough of the gas, so I feel like the system has a lot of levers and wheels and dials that CCP can play with, that maybe later down the road they start using to kind of squeeze different strategies and tactics of the players to kind of socially engineer them to do certain things they want them to do.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason is because I think they probably figured, because remember, you can steal the gas, and so it makes sense that you would have an excess, because you want to be able to have alliances still be able to online their shit, even if some of it gets stolen. I get that. I think though that they thought more people would be doing that, because I don't think that is a very common thing that people. I mean, people do it. I just don't think it's as common as what they probably would have planned for.
When we look back at the original Equinox patch, that was like a common occurrence. People stealing magmatic gas and people not having enough magmatic gas, and people wondering how they're going to maintain their fucking SOVs upgrades and whatnot. And then they pussied out and they reverted all those changes to make it so that, well, you can only steal magmatic gas from these skyhooks on every 4th Tuesday in February, and at only from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Iceland time, and you have to use a fucking avalanche to do it. And you're like, what the fuck? What's the point now? You can't. So they've changed stealing magmatic gas from this thing that everybody could do to this thing that only can happen under certain circumstances. And then now you have this excess of magmatic gas, and then they turn around and took all the workforce and power grid requirements and everything for all these things, and they reduce them. Now there's no chance to disrupt anyone's SOV.
And they made it so that you have to make a choice if you want to have a beacon and a jump bridge or those upgrades. So now you're going to see, now you have a lot of systems with no jump bridges, no beacons. Well, because of the fact that they're like, I don't want to sacrifice having mining upgrades so that we can have a jump bridge there if we can put it in the system next door.
But the
Whereas
original
before you had
LB, thanks for reminding me how fucking stupid those changes were to against Skyhook rating. Absolutely fucking retarded.
The original Equinox patch made it so that if you own SOV, you had to pay the fuck attention and actually live in and defend your structures and your SOV and your resources in order to have everything run smoothly. And if you didn't, if you couldn't, then someone would come in and fuck your shit up by either taking your workforce or taking your magmatic gas or taking something else from you to the point where you couldn't pay your bills and all of a sudden your SOV upgrades wouldn't function anymore. And then they turn around and reverted them all.
And that's the problem.
And one
also
thing
with
they
some
should
of
have
the
added too was with Entosis, when they came up with fucking Citadels, Entosis should have been able to work on Citadels to turn like services off. Because when it first came out before FozzieSov, Entosising stations to fuck with people was fun. So you should have always been able to use Entosis on a Citadel to maybe turn off the clone bay, maybe turn off the market service, or you turn off a gun or two. You know, where people have to like defend their citadels, like PanFam could go into UALX if goons aren't looking, and maybe turn off the clone bay in their main Keepstar, or goons do the fucking same in MJ.
Yeah,
Like shit where you could just fuck with people that where there's a counterplay.
Yeah, and
Well,
that
the
was,
problem
and
is they
that's
did-
also. Oh, go ahead.
The problem is like because that's one of the issues also too that people don't want to wake up their strategic reserves on cold ice because a lot of the players for many of the crews are on basically deep sleep cryo, and so if you have, and I think probably the nullsec group's like I don't want to have to wake up many of our players that are waiting for the big war to take care of basic patrol duty.
Yeah, I
And
mean, because
so
that's also that falls into the whole way the notifications work, because it's like if someone's stealing, you don't even know what system they're in. It just gives you a notification, hey, someone's stealing in your region, and now you have to go find them, which is a giant pain in the dick to try and do. Which then also then comes back to the problem of, well, how much info should we give? Because if we tell you the exact system, you can almost guarantee somebody will be there and stop them before they can even loot it, if anyone is even awake. Because it's it's not like you can do anything when you're trying to steal. You have to just sit there. Yeah, it's definitely kind of a problem. I can see what they were trying to do, but it is a problem. Like how much info is too much and how much info is too little, and it swings kind of both ways. Like Symbiote's actually kind of talked on it on the chat, how in the original thing it was shitty because you basically had to just have people roaming looking for people stealing all the fucking time. And the problem with that is that we see rivals doing things intentionally causing burnout. Like basically I'm going to just hit you so often so that your players are so tired of this bullshit that they just stop logging in to form these fleets anymore. And like that is a kind of a shitty tactic in a game design if you think about it.
But the same gameplay options are available to you.
That's true, and trust me, people did it both ways, but it's not really good gameplay when it's just like you just have to constantly be roaming, constantly looking for people looting your shit.
This is what we refer to as weaponized autism.
Yes, pretty
it's
much.
like psychological warfare. You ring the bell enough times and you
Which,
scare the
like,
living daylight out of people. They don't listen to it after a while.
The thing is that like I think it's important to have in the game in some ways though, because it enables a smaller force to be, if they're persistent enough, to actually like hold up against and irritate and push back against a larger enemy. Essentially, weaponized autism is the entire reason back in the day that like Wrecking Crew was able to kick Providence out of Providence.
Right. Like the point of Equinox was supposed to make ragged edges on these empires, right? Instead of each empire being a nice tile that fit up right up against another empire, there would be a ragged edge between each one, and in those ragged edges would be where small groups would be able to take hold and live, and maybe carve out a piece of their own little fucking piece of nullsec.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I actually thought would be really interesting is if they added an and I think they hinted at this too, was like an information structure or something that you could build that would give you like additional info. So like you'd anchor it like one system in a region or a constellation, and then like if somebody is stealing, you would know exactly where they are. But it's like you make that structure cost so much that you can't have that in every single region. You're only going to focus on your main ones, and then nothing ever happened with it. I remember that was years ago. They talked about.
Oh, they've teased that constantly. It's probably been 2 or 3 fan fests where they have mentioned something like that and just not gone through with it.
Which I think that would be fucking great. Like you could.
system.
Yeah, I feel
Okay, so
like
let's
that
say
would
this.
be great.
CCP Darwin, if you're listening, will you kindly pass this on the burger of stop fucking teasing us about this shit and actually make it happen?
Yeah, I mean, because something like that, it's like you could make it cost something from the skyhooks or something that is so costly that it's not possible you can put this in every single constellation. I mean, they could even do things where it's like the more you have, the more costly they get. I don't. There's just. I'm not saying they should do that. I'm just saying there's a lot of options they could have to balance that, so that it doesn't matter how big you are. You could never afford to just have these in every single constellation, every single system. But it would be nice if you had certain ones that you're like, hey, if you try and rob from this, we're probably going to skull fuck you pretty quickly. But then other ones, we can't afford to have that level of intel because we don't. It's the fringes. We don't have the money to be doing that.
You want gray zones because like that's one of the issues that the Intel channels have kind of allowed players to basically know a pretty good area and region of stuff. But then if you have gray zones, it will attract targets into that then you can hunt, or will kind of like, oh, well, this area is relatively safe. They don't realize they're being tracked and hunted. You want some place where people feel like they're safe. So when they act upon it, they are going to become a target. You don't want total omnipotence of information because then that really just kills activity. Because then people then it becomes and then you become blue. You have a blue diplomacy thing that goes on over time. You want enough gray zone so small groups can roll in or out as they see fit, or you can let somebody kind of set up and you can kind of keep them alive by making them into a pet or a little aquarium project just to kind of watch what they're going to do before you decide to take them on or let somebody else try to fight them, and then you come in and save the day and roll them up into your alliance.
One issue with that is, remember Blackout? That was a benefit to hunters, but not to huntees. If you're going to add something that makes people more likely to be hunted, you need to add carrots to where people actually go and engage in the content. So maybe something kind of like wormholes. Wormholes in a bit where certain areas of space that are less monitored become more valuable, where you have to have good intel networks versus just relying on local. Because I mean, that was one of the things that CCP had always mentioned was getting rid of local entirely and replacing it with essentially observation posts that do the same thing.
I could have an entire hour discussion about how the biggest detriment to whalers is themselves. Because every time they want something that makes it easier to kill people, they immediately bitch. Now there's no one to kill, and I'm like, well, you hunted all the whales. There's no whales anymore. You killed them. So the problem, like that, and I could go for an entire hour of examples where that has been true in numerous cases in the game, where like people have said it's too hard to kill X, and then all of a sudden they're like, fine, we'll make it so you can kill them. Guess what? There's no more of that anymore because they don't. People are like, I'm not going to do that. Then I'm not going to risk that much if you can just kill me that easily.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the problem. Is like
maybe something with nullsec systems where you have no local. The only way you can get local is through intelligence posts, which are structures that require workforce or gas. And if you're in one of these, if you're in a unmonitored system, then you get some bonus to your crabbing. whether that's better anomalies or like a bonus to your mining anomalies, or whether that's a bonus to your routing, to where people have incentives to go into more dangerous areas where they can be killed easier. Look at wormholes. Easy to, if, I mean, a wormhole has no local. You're solely reliant on your own skill to monitor any holes, any incoming holes. And if you don't, it's easy to get rolled into. Someone kills you, steals all your shit, but it's super lucrative.
I like what you've got there in principle. I've long really wanted CCP to follow through on structures being what provide
Yeah.
local
Hey,
in nullsec.
hey,
But what I want to see though is a tiered approach. So and also
hold on, can I
eliminate
pause you really quick? I gotta take off, guys. I love the chat. I'd love to chat more, but I gotta take off right now, and then you can continue.
Okay.
So,
See, man.
yeah.
see you
See you later,
guys.
man. Make it so that default setting for nullsec systems is local delay of 30 seconds, as in you don't show up into local until you've been in there for 30 seconds. And then structures on there with upgrades where you can get that down to I still don't think you should ever be able to like immediately when someone joins system be able to see, but get that down to like 3 seconds. Like make it a
Yeah, I
little
mean,
easier for the
yeah.
hunters.
Well, for me,
Hey,
the
Ethan.
thought process I had was a little bit more kind of like blackout, where basically nullsec would be completely like terra incognita, no local, but as you
They
put
tried that though.
different pieces of
Blackout
equipment,
was. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll let you finish.
I'm just let me work the idea out. So as you go through the system, you would, as Skyheart has said here, Skyhawk has said, we add equipment in that allows us to have the different tiers of local and detection. Or like I was thinking, observation post, where it doesn't really give me much information, but at least tells me there's some activity in a system just in a radius of light years around where I've placed it. But the local idea made sense because then you could either jam it. So if hunters got into a system, they could jam local if they wanted to by messing with the structure that you've placed. But it means each group has their own level of defense or sensors, electronic intelligence capabilities. And everybody can kind of counteract each other by hacking it or defending it or putting a mobile deployable that can jam local for a little bit for a certain set time. You know, there's a lot of options that could do that and actually make it more interesting than just straight up, oh, somebody popped in, everybody dock.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with the Blackout was a bit too far in one direction. I think I enjoyed Blackout, but it was a very unpopular thing. Most people hated it. Most people just stopped playing or didn't undock.
I think it was
or,
a psychology reasoning mostly too,
Yeah,
not
so-
necessarily a gameplay design thing, but like a human psychology thing.
Yeah, it's just it was unhealthy for nullsec, not because it's like turning nullsec into wormhole as far as local. Most people didn't want that, and so whether or not it was fun, I thought it was fun, but most people hated it, and they just it just turned Eve into even more of a unpopulated wasteland than it normally was because no one went out to do anything. They're like, I'll just, because everyone knew that it was going to be a temporary thing, so like, I'll just wait till Blackout's over. I'm not going to go out and rat and lose shit while people are out
Well,
there.
because also the other thing too was that CCP did not bring the tools to the party. Because if you just slam somebody over the head with a change that is so detrimental, and people are going to not do stuff. But if I say, okay, we're going to change stuff, I'm going to give you some tools to play with that can offset my change a little bit, people are a little bit more willing to try it and maybe attempt to work it out. I mean, I've actually wondered a little bit about the nullsec situation because like something like a depreciation system. Basically, if you have an area that's overdeveloped and the player base kind of concentrate areas, yes, you can upgrade all your equipment and stuff to a certain point, but you're going to have a cap on how large your materials are going to be. But let's say if you have your undeveloped periphery and frontier areas, you can put the upgrade in for a time, and your anoms are going to be bigger until like you get to a spot where you don't have really control, but there's anoms that they're randomized. They're very, very high value. So it's kind of like how traditional empires over time, they usually they have a core they set up, but then as the core develops and builds up industrially, all your resources and stuff fall lower and lower and lower. So where you have to go out to your periphery in order to get the material. Although currently in Eve, that's kind of the opposite thought process, where it's concentration.
Ansiblexes. Ansiblex jump gates.
They got skinny.
No longer
Anyway,
possible to use an Ansiblex while warp disrupted or inside a bubble. How does that make you feel?
Majorly good change. 100% in favor of this.
So, also of note, they are they are no longer Ansiblex jump gates. They are Ansiblex jump bridges. I wish they would have gone one step further. There's one Ansiblex change that I still want to see. I want fatigue added back to Ansiblexes.
No, you shut the fuck up on that.
Nope. No.
Jump bridges is stupid. And
Nope.
anybody
I want
that
it.
thinks so,
I want more space aids. Give me more space aids.
No, shut the fuck up. Space
Well,
aids is bad, and you should feel bad.
I feel great.
Okay, so
Thank
here's
you
a
for
major
your compliments,
question.
sir.
Okay, so here's one question. Since they changed the hick with a Sino, and the hick can have a Sino and, from what I can tell, the Sino and the bubble, can one fly a hick up to a Ansiplex, activate the Sino, not to drop somebody in, but to lock the ship on the grid almost perpetually, as long as there's enough fuel in it, with the bubble to deny an Ansiplex?
Yeah, why not?
That could be an interesting problem in the future, but we'll see if somebody
It'll
catches
be
on to
fun. Count gameplay, counterplay.
Yeah.
that. Mm-hmm.
You have to kill the hick
But
in order to go
also,
through the gate.
yeah, because basically you could also if everybody wanted to, someone could actually start an annoyance campaign against Nullsec in mass, with different materials to try to slow down or break up movement. So,
well, here's the other thing. You can't stop someone from jumping in from the other side with a hick. So there's nothing, if you have like a solo hick that's trying to basically lock down an ANSI, there's nothing to stop, like, say, a Kiki gang or a Nano gang that's on the other side from just bridging in and then killing the heck right away.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's also, but here's the other thing too. We have to make sure, because if there's a Sino jammer, so that's the interesting thing I'm kind of curious about, because if you're defending a lockdown on one side, you can bridge to that area and defend it. But offensively, you wouldn't be able to go, let's say, you'd only be able to do the outgo gate, but not the inside gate, because the defenders are going to be on top of you, plus you can't bridge in behind that to break it. So
let's talk about the changes to the
Ansiblexes
Ansiblexes first before we start theory crafting on every weird thing. So you can't use it with a bubble or being pointed. That's cool. We're all happy with that, right? So you can't just run away through a gate. Cool. Excuse me. An Ansiblex jump bridge. Reduce the radius of the Ansiblex jump bridge from 13,000 meters to 7,000 meters, so they're easier to bubble. That's how do you feel about that? That's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
So people won't come through the gate and end up outside of your bubble. They no longer auto repair. They no longer have a damage cap, and now they use the same reinforcement flow as Metanox moon drills. So HP values and resistances have been balanced following this change to provide an increase to their total HP while giving higher resistances and lower flat HP to make them easier to remote repair for logistics pilots.
Mhm.
What do we feel? How do you feel about that?
Positive
How
change.
fast can they?
What's that?
How fast can Logi? What builds can Logi
Less than
bring
10
to the
minutes
table?
with Ospreys. It's been tested by multiple alliances. I think like 4 or 5 Ospreys do it in less than 10 minutes. 10 Ospreys
that's
is
not
like
bad.
5.
What's the size of their Logi modules, the remote Logi modules?
Just a standard normal T1 Osprey fit.
Yeah, Osprey's
Well,
gonna
I'm
be
saying
what,
size.
medium?
I think a
Medium
combo of
shield
medium and
repair?
large, but this is like T1, like cheap T2, so it's not the end of the world. So you can easily just take an like a T1 Osprey fleet out that's 10 man, 500 mil maybe at worst, and just rep JBs. And if
That's
you're
pretty
concerned
much
about being
indisposable.
ninja, exactly. And if you're concerned about being ninja, you just use like Kieran's or something because Kieran's are even harder to catch.
Mm-hmm. Well, would that mean? Well, okay. So if you're trying to disrupt that Logi fleet, so here's an interesting question because the ECM changed with the ECM burst. It also means that trying to disrupt those Logi balls is going to be kind of difficult now because you can only be able to put very specific ships on the field in order to do that.
I mean, DPS ships, just shoot them.
Yeah, exactly.
If they're repping
Bring-
each other,
bring
they're
an
not
nano-
repping the gate.
Yeah, bring an Nano Gang, kill them.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, yeah, it is like where you'd have to do that thought process. But I'm just kind of interested because it's just a very interesting interaction system. Maybe that's why the ECM pulse system was actually removed from all these other ships because they wanted to let the Logi players be able to get to the Ansiblex.
And I think you're overthinking it.
I think ECM is lame, and they wanted to take it off of a bunch of ships.
Mhm.
So that's what they did.
ECM is not lame, but
It's
burst
fucking
is
lame.
definitely overused.
No. There's no such thing as overusing a valid gameplay mechanic.
It's lame.
I mean, I can think of things that are a lot more lamer than ECM bursting.
Like mining?
Nah, mining's not lame.
Fucking
Lame.
A, it is.
I think
Mining's
damping is a
something
little
that's
more
nice that you can do
sometimes.
while watching something else, like a
Just
movie
watch something else.
or whatever content that interests you.
Split screen. You could do both.
I'm going to bail here in a moment, but before I do, I know I posted a message a little bit ago, but I want to just post it again now that I'm actually have the floor. OpenCom's YouTube channel, link there. If you're not already following us there, you should. And the Tonight Show will actually be up there by the end of the weekend.
Hooray! So actually, Skyhawk, if you're bailing, do we want to let's see if Delana wants to talk about New Orleans before she bails at all?
Yeah, actually, I'll stick around to hear about the thing that I got some real FOMO going on about NOLA this year.
I'm
I'm
just
not gonna
curious
lie.
because I don't know how late she's going to be on because I know some of us are going to be on until qualifying starts in a couple hours.
Jesus.
Oh yes, I want to do a shot because the opening round of F1 is this weekend. So
Ooh,
hopefully
vroom,
someone
vroom,
other than
car.
Verstappen wins.
Yeah. I have to be at work. This is my weekend to work Saturdays, so I have to be at work in 9.5 hours, and I would like a full night's sleep.
I don't really have a time that I need to be up in the morning. I just need to get to my friend's house so we can walk over to the bar before the giant storm cell comes through.
Next week?
Yeah,
Or is it, wait, are you talking about tomorrow or are you talking about
like literally tomorrow. Like there's
oh,
this big storm cell coming through.
everyone's
Like
getting
that
stormed.
that canceled
I'm
all of
already
our
gonna-
parades. So we're just like gonna go and hang out in the bar wearing all of our St. Patrick's Day stuff anyway.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, it's St.
I'm
Patrick's Day
annoyed about that
tomorrow.
storm.
Well, no, technically the day itself is Monday, but usually you do whatever weekend is closest. But that got all messed up. I'm still doing one on Sunday actually.
So
It was supposed to be tomorrow and they moved it to Sunday. But
Mm.
yeah,
Oh,
the other
Joanna.
one might get moved to next Saturday, the 22nd. Nah.
So NOLA is next week. Are you doing like the general? Like it's a Friday to Sunday thing, but it's like a lot of people show up on Wednesday type of thing, like normal.
Yeah. So the
Most people
thing,
show up on Thursday. I think I'm the only one getting it on Wednesday.
yeah, when did yeah, I think most people get in on Thursday. So the thing about this year is that it's just because last year was a lot of stuff going on. Like I had that whole like part of the restaurant rented and tried to do things. We did our usual boat trip, and it's like, this year I'm tired, dude. Like we are still putting away Mardi Gras stuff.
Well, this year is because it's a fan fest early in the year type of year.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
their cycle.
because it
It's
was stuck
hard.
between like early FanFest and late Mardi Gras.
And,
That's the problem.
and the events are, I'm sure, like what's your expected numbers of attendees compared to last year? I'm assuming it's less.
Probably less. Yeah.
Got Convict going though.
Yeah, at least convicts. So I
Oh,
was like,
dope.
we probably end up spending a lot of time at Vix because we're a lot closer this year.
Yeah, you got two Australians this year.
Yeah. A lot of stuff that I want to check out in that area. It's called Fulton Alley. We went to the one restaurant there last year, the one with the swastikas on the floor.
Oh yeah. So
awkward.
Aside from the floor, that was kind of a
lot. I don't. Was that the
Ernst
one?
Cafe.
Ernst, yeah. I
yeah.
really liked that place. I just didn't like the floor.
They were
circa
Middle Eastern,
1902.
They were Middle Eastern. They were Indian swastikas.
I know.
Yeah.
And they were saying like it's the original floor from back before the 1930s even
Yeah,
happened, and
30
so it's like
years before the Nazis.
Yeah, it's like I get that, but then the
That's just
Nazis
bad
did
connection.
happen, and that symbol's just not good anymore. So it's like maybe I get it. It's like an original floor from. It doesn't have the same connotation, right? But the symbol is still there, and so it's like maybe you change it after the 1930s happened. I don't know.
Well, they didn't want to do it.
I'm sad that I'll miss you guys this year, but I really am planning on coming to NOLA next year. And I probably will not make the next Fan Fest after the one this year.
I don't think I will either.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta see. I've been going to all these fan fests, but it's like, dude, I don't know. I'm just I had like a little personal shift where it's like I need to get my shit straight, kind of.
Well, for me, what I'm actually trying to do, and this year I'm kind of kicking it off. There's a ton of traveling around the U.S. that I really want to do. There's parts of this country that I have not seen that I want to see. That's why I'm doing the trip down to Tennessee and the trip out to Yellowstone later this year. The only like big far away like flying trip I'm doing this year is Iceland. Everything else is going to be road trips. And actually driving to NOLA last year was my experiment to see like how long I could drive and like before I want to just die. And it turns out I can just keep going.
Hell yeah.
That's I'm kind of on the fence about Seattle just because of the cost.
Well, I'm definitely doing Seattle because I've never been there.
Okay, so fun. I enjoy Seattle a lot, and I'm
Is
stoked.
that a Mesa here?
That is a Mesa here.
Oh, Mesa, what's up? I'm excited for how many people are actually like showing up in the Seattle thing. I thought it was gonna be like maybe like 10 of us. It looks like
August 8th to 10th.
August 8th to 10th.
So all right,
so posted.
So
I didn't know about that.
I need to look at what flights are. If I can maybe pull off going to Seattle, but I would absolutely have to save money by like sharing a room with someone.
Tacoma?
Like it's the only way I could pull it off. But I have the vacation time to do it, and I have like $350 in Southwest flight credits. So as long as I do the trip on a budget, I can pull it off. I don't. Oh, I know. No, I
Don't
want
give it. My heart is broken. It's shattered.
I want to burn my flight credit with Southwest and then walk away from them.
There you go.
They've made some changes. I looked at flying to
look,
Seattle,
not even.
and it would have been $1,300 on Delta or $2,200 on Alaskan.
What?
But you only fly first class, though.
Where are you coming from?
No, he
Apparently
flies first
from a
class
different
only.
part
So
of
it's
the
like if
city.
you
Dude,
went,
usually
if you went
He's
coach,
comparing
it'd be like
apples to sea cucumbers.
yeah. If you went coach, it'd be like $400. Coach would be like $400.
Yeah, like my
probably
flights
like
usually
600.
suck because we're not a hub for anything, so it's usually hard to get to New Orleans. But it's like, I just looked it up, saying like if the event is like the 8th to the 10th, I would go like maybe the 7th to the 11th or something like that.
When is the Seattle meetup dates again? Brady?
August 8th
I-
through
8th
10th.
through 10th. I literally just said that.
I was up taking a drink.
So,
God
I
damn
don't
it!
But
know
anyways,
where Vlad.
I
Good.
looked up just for flights, just for grins, $240 round trip.
I'm looking at
Seattle?
257.
That's cheap as fuck.
I'm looking at 257.
Yeah, that's like, I
with
don't know what the
Delta.
fuck y'all are
It's like
looking at. I mean,
Seattle
From
meetup.
Atlanta
It's
to
150 for
Nice.
Spokane to
Drayden-
Seattle.
Drayden, what days are you
When's
going
the
to be there
Seattle
for
meetup?
it?
I will probably do. I usually do the Wednesday through Monday thing, so that's probably what I'm gonna do for that as well. Also, I haven't booked anything, but I've heard that like booking flights this early is not as good. Like I've heard that like booking it like 2 months in advance is like the best time frame. I need a new computer chair. This thing keeps deflating on me, and I'm very upset. But I haven't booked any hotels or anything. But I would be down to split a hotel if anyone is interested in saving some money on
Oh,
cash.
So I'm looking right now at the cheapest Southwest flights, and I can do this is just getting there. 2 stops, leave at 12:35 p.m. and get there at 7:55 p.m. for $184.
Round trip?
That's just getting there.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I looked that they didn't even show up on my flight search.
Yeah, like round trip for me is about $150, but that's Spokane to Seattle. It's like it's
no,
about 40.
Okay, so
like-
they have like one way is like 200 something.
Yeah, like wheels off the ground to landing in Seattle is about 40 minutes, I think, from Spokane to Seattle. So
Yeah.
And so I've been through the SeaTac airport. So for me, $466.56 round trip is the cheapest flight that I can catch with for the Seattle meetup with Southwest.
What the hell's
Vlad,
wrong
here
with
you
you
go.
people?
Here you go,
I
Vlad.
I
You
could
could
actually
come to-
pay 278 for nonstop.
You could come to Chattanooga, Vlad, fly Chattanooga to Vegas, and then Vegas to Seattle. It'd be a lot cheaper.
So that's actually
Is that Allegiant?
What's funny is actually the 2 stops getting there on this itinerary. The first flight is Grand Rapids to Chicago, and then oh wait, no, actually, am I high? I'm definitely high. Yeah,
You are.
Grand Rapids to Chicago, then Chicago to Vegas, and then Vegas to SeaTac.
Yeah, but
that's
that would
more-
be your probably best bet,
Right.
Vlad. Chattanooga to Vegas, Seattle.
Is that on Allegiant? I
well,
refuse to
the-
fly Allegiant because
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. I freaking love
I want to be
Allegiant.
like reasonably comfortable, and Allegiant, Spirit, and Frontier are not that.
Vlad, I'm sorry, I'm bigger than you, and I was perfectly comfortable
Coming back
with
coming-
Allegiant.
Coming back from Seattle with this would be a 5.5-hour layover in Denver.
Now, I'm not gonna
Worth.
lie,
Do
Vlad.
it.
I did get the extra leg room, but
Worth.
I mean, even the cost with the extra leg room and what I paid for baggage, it was still cheaper to fly Allegiant than it is Southwest. That's when I went to Vegas last
You'd
time.
have to fucking drive to Atlanta for Southwest.
Yeah, it didn't even
Yes,
show
I know
me
that, but I'm
Southwest
talking
and
about
I'm-
driving to Chattanooga.
I'm all
Come
about
to
being super
Chattanooga.
uncomfortable on in sardine class on a plane. Planes are A to B for me. It's like I will suffer through however long to make it cheap, because the more money I save on the flight by not doing first class or comfort plus or whatever, that's
The
more money,
you can
that's
just
more money I
trade in
spend when
women
I
on the
get
seat.
there, and I can have more fun because
You
that's the
know,
point.
Guys,
Yeah.
just real fast, because we are all a bunch of ADHD squirrels.
Yeah.
I didn't finish talking about Eve Nola, and then y'all can
Oh.
get back to talking about planes. Because I just
I have a question.
I just wanted to say,
love you, Nola.
so there is a crawfish boil happening. It will be happening at my house. I'm just getting the final details nailed down with the caterer, because I'm just having somebody else do it, because fuck it, I don't have time.
Can they save a Dave this time as well? Like that should just be a thing.
Save a
Like
Dave.
save a Dave, Eve Nola.
Is it going to be on Friday or Saturday? I got a question.
I've actually been
David
thinking
Dave?
about Saturday, but Saturday is also when they might have the St. Patrick's Day parade rescheduled. So it's all just like a
You
bunch
should
of
do Friday.
fuckery.
Do Friday.
Which, I mean, I usually do Friday, but then like people don't get there in time for
Yeah,
it.
that is also true. See, I'm no joke. So Delana, are your parents watching my kids?
Uh, I don't know if they would actually do that.
I'm just
Um,
joking.
They watched my car and they were pretty awesome about
well, yeah.
that.
There's like my
Just
mom
leave
would
them in
probably
the
be all
car.
stressed out,
Two
and
birds stoned at once.
we do have cats. I don't know how they are with
In that
cats.
heat,
Well, they're allergic to them, but they have medicine.
That
Well, I
reminds me
mean,
though. I have to
our
wear
entire
the
house
shirt.
is just permeated with cat
Oh yeah,
hair.
I know. They love cats though. They love cats, but yeah, they're slightly allergic, not like really allergic. Like we
So
we have
I
a
just so Evenola is gonna be. Hold on. Evenola's gonna be really chill, and we're gonna have crawfish, and then we're gonna hang out at Vic's a lot, and we're going to, I don't know, hang out,
Go get
and we'll
monsters.
see if we might do a St. Patrick's Day parade. Then we'll find something because there's always things going on that
But
we
Drayden's not going to be there.
is the
right?
crawfish boil at
No,
your
not
house
this year.
again?
Yes, I also do.
Okay, cool. So that means we need to find someone to take a fresh pic of Delana's bedroom so that we can all update our.
I
social
don't
accounts.
think I
Other
don't know
than
if I'll
what?
have time to clean up my room. I might just not let y'all in here because it's
Even better.
No,
Can,
no,
can,
it's
can
just
we just
like,
have like a picture of the do not enter door then, and we just all have that behind us?
yeah, there's a very
Caution
very
tape.
glittery Mardi Gras hurricane came through.
Oh, I love glitter. That's
I
good.
mean,
I
I mean,
won't be
to be
there.
fair, a hurricane's the one time when Bourbon Street's actually clean.
Yeah.
Right, it's true.
So,
I
like,
would
a
not.
serious question, Delana. Are you going to be
No.
down at the Hilton Wednesday night or not?
I don't know, because I would have to like see if they can add that night on, and it's like I don't know. I know it's really close to that date, and I don't know if I want to do
Are
it
you
because I
gonna
could
be-
easily just
It was
I could.
doable.
So Delana's speaking from someone in the industry. Wednesday nights, you're pretty flexible, usually on like getting an extra night inside of a block added on, because that's usually one of the transition dates between groups that are in or like over the
Oh,
either the previous
okay.
or the following weekend.
Fair. I just might have to actually call them, and I don't want to.
I'm
Yeah,
glad.
you,
that
yeah, that's
Drayden's
a
not
call
gonna
you have
be
to make.
there because
But
y'all, sorry, y'all
but
can't.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays are the days that hotels and airlines are most consistently not sold out. So they will like basically for them, you're either in that room or and paying the money for it, or the room's just empty.
What I was saying is Drayden would get killed at a Mardi Gras parade. So
Not even
No,
true.
you know his phone
He
scammed
would get
from-
mugged.
No.
It's
Mugged,
okay.
Chris, what's up?
raped.
No, I would
Drayden,
not.
are you sure that woman in the article I linked a while
That
ago
wasn't her. That wasn't her.
Are
She didn't
you
kill me.
Sure. Well, she didn't kill everybody. She fucked
killed
with.
some
Well,
people.
You're a hard body.
This
to
lady
hide.
wasn't a
Yeah.
killer. She threw a drink in my face. A killer wouldn't do
There
that.
was somebody that was drugged and overdosed for the Super Bowl.
She didn't try to give me any drugs. She had plenty of opportunities to
Like-
roofie me, and she didn't.
Like some girl, like got the guy in her
You're
room,
an
and she
easy
drugged
mark.
him to steal money from him, and he got overdosed and died.
Yeah,
For
no,
the-
that wasn't
Did she
her.
get
But
that? Did they
But
catch
yeah,
her?
no, those are a different breed
no,
of animal
this
right there.
the I'm pretty sure the group that I was encountered were not the violent type. I think they were more just like, this dude's drunk, let's take advantage and steal some shit from him. But I don't think they would. They didn't seem like the ones to like, let's fucking like assault this person or like drug them up and kill them or type
Yeah,
thing.
it's easy enough just to get somebody really drunk and then just like sneak their card out of their pocket. Like that's
Yeah.
easy, and you don't have to like risk accidentally
I don't
killing
even-
them and then getting a murdered.
I don't think I don't think they got the card out of my pocket because they only got my debit card. They didn't get my wallet. So I'm thinking that
Oh, yeah.
they probably, and I wonder if the bartender saw that I was with them. I wonder if they went and closed my tab out, which is shitty on the bartender because like you shouldn't allow someone to close a tab out unless it's that person. But I almost wonder if they closed my tab out and got my debit card from there specifically because I had my wallet and all the shit in it. So they didn't get my wallet; they just got my debit card
Well,
and my phone.
At least they did close out the tab. Mm,
I don't know if they. I don't know, but
So,
I don't-
fraud
here in
prevention
Grand
stopped them
Rapids,
from
at
using
least,
it. So sorry, go ahead.
I don't do this like when I travel to other places because I don't know all the places that for sure like will take Apple Pay or like tap to pay kind of thing. But here at least, the last few times I've gone out drinking and known that I was going to like most likely get blackout or pretty close, I put my ID into a little plastic holder on a lanyard around my neck, take an Uber there, and I don't take my wallet. And I just use my Apple Watch to make payments.
That's smart, but
That is
not a lot.
ingenious.
Not a lot of people.
Like
I don't know. Maybe I'm
that way,
weird.
like, I literally need to lose my head for the worst thing to happen, where I lose my like ID or something.
Can I ask you a question about like Apple Pay? With that, see, I don't like Apple products, and I know you can pay with your watch and everything. Like, do most places take
There's-
Apple Pay?
Many places do.
Not all,
Many,
but the thing is,
many,
like most
many.
places
Not-
that will
but
take
yes,
Apple
not
Pay these
all.
days will take Samsung or Google
Okay,
Pay.
Yeah, it's
okay,
well.
okay.
So
If
really,
they take
the
electronic pay like that,
the-
they usually
the-
take all of them.
The specific technology that they're relying on for either Samsung Pay or Apple Pay is as NFC payments.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and
Is
Google
NFC
Pay is usually
Square
the thing
or
too,
are
which
there
doesn't
separate
rely on a
companies?
specific.
Totally separate. NFC just stands for near field communication.
Yeah, and if you don't,
So it's just a protocol.
Yeah,
I mean, I
it's
know
it's just the protocol.
in Reykjavik, I like rarely even took my card out ever. It was always just like you take your phone and you put it up to the reader, gling, and then you paid for it. Like
Yes,
they have that everywhere.
My general advice to people, like overall, do not physically swipe your card if it can at all be avoided. That is one of
just
the
do chips.
most common.
All of them have chips
you'll
now.
Either do chips
or tap.
Or even better than doing chips is doing the tap to pay, like just anything where it creates a unique key for each individual transaction.
Yeah, like, and honestly, if you've had a card renewed in the last 4 or 5 years, it's going to have the chip and tap.
This brings me to another
Skyhawk,
question.
I have a question. Is that a
Yeah.
public key or a private key?
Y'all are such nerds.
It's a private key.
So my next question is with the phone, the tap to pay with a phone. Like, I don't have like a brand new phone, but it's like it's not very old either. Do I have to have it? Do I have to have an app on there for that?
So I don't know how this works in Android land because I don't. Sorry,
If
excuse
you
me,
have
I don't touch that stuff.
If you have an Android, if you have a Samsung, then the Samsung Pay is just built into your phone. If you have an Android, you could probably, I mean, you could use Google Pay if you have a Google account. You can set that up, and that doesn't require. That doesn't matter if you're Apple or Android. You can use Google Pay.
I mean, yeah, I get
on
that,
any of them,
but like, would my phone be able to do the whole tap thing, or would it be?
Yeah, like, I mean, if you have a
Most
smartphone,
phones
unless your
made in
smartphone's
the-
like 10, 15 plus years old, it'll have the tap. It'll have the thing on it.
Most smartphones post like 2018 have NFC.
Yeah,
if
I
not
don't use the
earlier.
phone thing though. I use cards, but
My second question.
For me, it's mostly on my Apple Watch, just because it's literally I push a button on the side of it twice, scroll to whichever card I'm trying to use, because I do have like 5 credit cards and debit cards and blah blah blah. But pick what I'm going to use, and then just hold it up to the device. Bing, done.
Okay, so with that, let's say you have your Apple Pay or whatever, any kind of tap to pay device, not a card. Could I bump into you and like somehow steal your shit?
Nope,
Like
zero
with a
risk. Literally zero risk.
It's secured through
Currently.
like key infrastructure, so they would have to get a specific key that's stored on your phone, and that's impossible to crack.
Don't say impossible. It's possible, but
No, like it's yet to be ever.
It's yet to be done. There
It's
you go.
yet to ever be seen.
Okay.
With the current state of computing technology, like a 1024-bit RSA key is impossible to crack. Like it would take thousands upon thousands of years to crack one.
That said, quantum computers are looking through the window right now.
That
at
is
the
why I
problem.
said with current computer technology.
Well, there are currently existing quantum computers that have not really, at least that we've publicly seen, have not been shown to like try to tackle those problems. And I'm scared of what
the
would
NSA is not
happen
the first
if they
ones to
tried.
do it.
You are both
Well,
right.
that we have seen. I said,
But I think
I'm sure the NSA has done shit with quantum computers that they're not fucking saying a word about.
Of course. I did see, I'm pretty sure it was from Bill Gates, that we are like most experts are saying like 30 years out from quantum. Bill Gates is saying 5.
You're going to see it in the 2030s. Mark my words.
Oh yeah, definitely, like 100%.
It will be the 2030s. So NIST, which I forget exactly what that acronym stands for, but
National
it's
Institute of Standards something.
thank you, Vlad. They actually, like, within the last 2 years, released encryption standards to deal with crypto, because essentially, crypto, or not crypto, with quantum, because essentially, once quantum becomes like mainstream, it breaks all pre-existing encryption methods, like just easily. Like problems that would take a traditional or a classical computer thousands of years to solve, quantum computers can handle in seconds. Scary.
So back to the original reason why I was asking Delon about Wednesday. It's I get in Wednesday night, and I don't know. I'm probably gonna go hit Molly's because that'll be my birthday, and I don't know if you're gonna be in or not and want to go.
Gonna hit
Because
some Molly?
I haven't had that in a
I'm gonna go
while.
to I'm gonna go to a frozen to an Irish coffee place that's open till like 5 in the morning that
Yeah.
we went to last year. It's really fucking good.
I just want to focus on this for a moment. I think Vlad on Molly would be a ton of fun. Not that you're not already fun, but I would pay to see that. I'm going to actually go away now since I said goodbye like half an hour ago. But I stuck around because I wanted to hear Delana talk about NOLA, and I'm sad I'm going to miss it.
I am as
But
well. It's
you
like,
guys have fun. 45 days from right now, we will be in the sky, Drayden, on our way to FanFest.
that's true.
So,
We don't even have the dinner planned yet.
Aren't you? Are you gonna do a
There it
horde
goes.
one or a pan fam one?
I'm just doing a horde one because PL can
Yeah,
can
it's
sit and watch cars or whatever they do.
It's a bummer because like I went to the last 2 NOLAs and they're very fun. So I'm like, it's like definitely gonna have FOMO big time when this goes on.
I mean, I guess if somebody asks really nicely, they can be included in horde because they definitely have a horde alt anyway. But I was having to rely on
Yeah.
the PL people to see if they were coming, and like go back and forth with that, and then they didn't. So it was
November is
just like, well, you can
coming.
come in your individual capacity.
Yeah, November is going.
I'm gonna find the shit until I
Tank,
get
Tank
there
will
from
be there
Ed.
this year too. I'm bummed to like. He'll be in FanFest. So I gotta assume there. And it's funny because so Tank, Radicos is here. So Tank is a guy on our team. And
Tank.
Tank with an E, Tenk.
Tank.
Weed boy.
And it's like I was sitting there, I was like, and I was like, his voice sounds so familiar. And I was like, and then he was like, how's it going? And I totally forget. So not this last NOLA, but the one before. It was the first one I went to. Tank was there, and him and I in November were hanging out quite a bit. And like I remember because we were flying back because I had a layover in Phoenix, and that's where he was going. So him and I were on the same flight back halfway. Yeah, he's the Logio. He is a god on the Logi for the team, and it's like once I realized, I was like, oh, that fucking Tank. And so I was like, he'll be there again this year in NOLA, and I was like, shit, I don't get to hang out with him there, but he will be in FanFest as well. So
I'm sad I'm not going.
Yeah, Tank usually makes the rounds. I completely had forgotten about him at Vegas. It's like, and as soon as he mentioned the weed story, it's like, oh yeah, now I remember.
Yeah, he's
Man, I don't even know if I can make Vegas this year. It's like the first Vegas I've missed since I started going to Vegas. But it's just like they're doing that music festival again, like the week after, and I don't know if I can handle doing another 10 days in Vegas because that kind of killed my soul a little bit.
Me and Grador went out to eat at Oscar's Steakhouse downtown in January when I was out there for Goon Vegas.
And Grador hooked me up with tickets for Carlos Mencia because I had to go back to Vegas like a month after for work. And he hooked me up with Mencia tickets, and it was a great show.
It was amazing. It was
Maybe I could try to plan something, but it's just like there were several days where it's like I'm literally in Vegas in the hotel and I had to wake up, just work, start working at 6 a.m. because that's how the time zones were, and then just like take a nap, and then I go and find food somewhere by myself, and then I just wander around and went and got a daiquiri and just wandered around by myself until I was tired and then went to bed. Like I did that for several days.
I'm half tempted to do that because Coda is the week after Vegas or the weekend after Vegas, and part of me wants to go. By Coda, I'm referring to the U.S. Grand Prix, which is in Austin, Texas, the weekend after Vegas. Yes, Dragonoff. I went into that show expecting it to be all beater jokes, and I was not disappointed. It was all beater jokes.
I may try to make Seattle this year. That's foreseeable, and I've been.
It's
wanting to
fun.
go to Seattle.
Seattle's fun. It's gonna be a blast. It's
Like,
a
I've
fun
just been
town to go
wanting to go up
around.
there.
There's all kinds of stuff. So like, and there's stuff. Like there's Space Needle trip up and down. We're gonna do that. Can be fun. There's a float plane on the lake out there. Also, there's a Mariners game on that Saturday. If anyone's sports inclined, I'm gonna probably go to the Mariners game, just because it's not that spendy, and November has told me the right way to do it. Instead of buying instead of like sitting up in the nosebleeds or getting expensive seats, he went there. Him and I went to a Mariners game, and he just went to the booth. He's like, "Give me the 2 cheapest seats you got. I don't care where they are. They don't even have to be next to each other." So he's like, "Okay," and rang him up. Because down in the beer garden, which is like just past the home run fence, there's like all the beer area, and you just go down there and just buy beer, and you just hang out. You just stand there. There's a whole area to stand in, and so it's like if you're okay standing up for most of the game instead of sitting, you could buy the cheapest ass nosebleed seats up at the top, but then have like field level home run seats for free. Basically,
There are places that sell like standing room only tickets.
They don't even.
But at least they're next to a bar.
Yeah, no, this isn't even that. All the bars are right there. All the food things like right next to you, and it's just free to stand there. It's like if you have room, and there's always room. So it's like you just spend like $30 or $40 on like some nosebleed seats, and then just go stand on the field level thing. It's so good. So
Yeah, the ones in Tiger Stadium are pretty high up, but at least they're next to the bar. Once they started allowing alcohol in the college stadiums.
So y'all know what I'll get to do tomorrow is to convince my wife I'm going to Seattle in August.
Should do it.
Honestly, she'll probably want to come.
Yeah, and there's a ferry ride. Also, November is partial owner of a bar over in Bremerton.
Well, see, that's why
so we can take a ferry over to his bar and go hang out probably as well.
In last Noah, man, November was talking. He was like, "Come up to Seattle, we'll hang out." So I've been wanting to go up there since then, and now there is talk of a Nashville meetup that Merck's going to do. We don't have any time frames or anything yet, but he did mention it. And of course,
oh, dude, I will
me and
100%
Vlad
try to make that.
Me and Vlad would definitely go to that one because it's in our state. Because I was asking him about a Cleveland meetup, and he said he's thinking about Nashville.
I mean, I have been nagging November to do a Seattle meetup for years, literal years. So
Y'all
you're
had one
welcome.
before, right?
Yeah.
Like y'all had a Seattle meetup before, right?
They've been minor. It's like a local thing where like
they've only done like local ones. They haven't done, kind of a NOLA thing where they kind of invite the more general area of the U.S.
And this is the first time it's been like multiple days. So normally the Seattle meetup, they do like about 3 or 4 a year, but it's usually just everyone that lives in the Seattle area will just go and hang out at a restaurant for an evening and then go home. And it's not, this is like the first time it's been like an official, like, whole weekend event thing where people are going to come in from all over. So
yeah, because if it's one day, it's not worth me like flying across half the country.
Yeah, it's not even like, I mean, I went to one. I was like, it's usually not even worth me. Like, it's a 5-hour drive for me. I'm just like, eh.
Although one of the layovers I had an option for coming back from Iceland was through Seattle.
For you, I don't think that would be faster.
It was actually faster than the other flights because it did not have an overnight layover, but basically is just an overnight flight.
Yeah.
Because the other one I ended up doing is just I'm just gonna have to chill in Boston overnight and then fly out the next morning.
I feel like I feel like Atlanta would be the shortest one. I don't know why that's like not the. Don't they have
It's
Atlanta
so
ones?
bored.
With
I don't know.
Atlanta,
Because like
is that
Atlanta's not that
Icelandair-
far from New Orleans.
Let me explain. The problem with Atlanta is that Icelandair does not fly to Atlanta, nor does Delta. Delta only
Oh.
flies to JFK.
Okay, I
That's
thought
what
they had a
fly-
direct flight to Atlanta set for an Icelandair. So.
No.
Oh, okay.
That is why I fly through Dulles. Dulles is so Icelandair flies to 2 airports in the south. They fly to Dulles and they fly to Raleigh-Durham. Raleigh-Durham's nice for like Scalar because it's easy for him to get to.
Where's
it's not
that?
easy for me because that's like an 8-hour drive.
Where's Raleigh-Durham? Oh, Raleigh.
Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah. Okay.
North Car-
That's weird.
Or-
Like that would have a spot instead of like DC or
North
Miami
Carolina.
or that's where Atlanta. Atlanta's way bigger than
They
Raleigh.
do have a direct flight from DC. That's why I said Dulles,
DC.
Washington Dulles, which is where I'm flying
Oh, Dulles. Okay, I don't know the airport names. I'm just going on cities.
through. Okay, there's a couple airports that people never like say the city, just prefer the airport. Like Dulles is Washington, JFK is New York,
I know JFK and I know LAX.
Or LaGuardia.
is New York,
LaGuardia, is that Chicago?
New York.
Oh.
It's more of the local airport. Like if
Okay.
you're going out of the country, you're going through JFK.
Gotcha. I don't know the East Coast for shit.
Well, like
there's
LAX,
Newark.
like I say, Los
But
Angeles
that's
has like
actually-
3 airports. You've
Joyce.
got Ontario, you've got LAX, and you have Burbank. All for Los Angeles. So, and like New York, you've got Newark, you've got LaGuardia, and you got JFK, all that serve the New York area.
Hmm.
And like Washington, you've got National, which serves everybody that isn't afraid to fly there anymore. Lord, I apologize for that.
But yeah, Seattle's a possibility.
But yeah, Mace,
That'd be
what
cool.
I was going to say is I've done a couple conferences in Nashville, and they booked the Gaylord, which is over in Opryland, and that's a really nice place. It's basically like a Vegas resort, except without gambling.
Isn't that the
Wait.
place with the ducks?
Yes. No, wait. Sorry, that's the
That's
Piedmont.
in Memphis.
Oh,
That's
my
in
bad.
Memphis.
You're thinking of Memphis. No, we don't want to go to Memphis.
You don't want to
is-
see the ducks?
No.
Now,
The problem
granted-
is you go to Memphis, you get your car stolen.
They have the best barbecue I've ever had in Memphis. I'm sorry, it's worth it. I don't.
I did
care.
have the good barbecue in Memphis once. It was really good because we were there for a LSU Ole Miss game, and they had us out in the middle of fucking nowhere in Mississippi, close to the border. So we just went over to Tennessee and went to
It's
Memphis.
good. I mean,
Yeah, that was cool.
I
You
actually
haven't really
saw
been
the,
diving in that area, have you?
It's actually funny. I was coming back to Knoxville, and I actually saw the Mississippi State was playing at Tennessee that weekend. I came in, and I saw the charter plane that that Mississippi State had flown in on.
Mm.
I was like, "What the fuck's the 321 doing here? They never fly 321s doing here." And I saw on the arrivals board Columbus, Mississippi. It's like, oh,
No. And now y'all went quiet.
Well, I was asking
Thank
Radic.
you.
So
Thank you
tournament
about that
starts
shit.
tomorrow because I know Radicos was wanting to.
What
I don't know.
tournament?
There's a captain or charity cup. It was the old captain's cup. Now it's called the charity cup. Jintan is running it, and I think they call it charity cup because I think they're doing some charity thing for it, which is going to
For
go
Eve? What are
to
you talking about?
yeah, EVE Online tournament. It's Captain's Cup. I don't know if you've watched that, but it's kind of like Anchor Games. It's like a player run tournament. Jintan has run it in the
Oh.
past.
I used to do Thunderdome tournament.
Well, this will be on Thunderdome. So it's hey Radicos, what's up? So it's a thing, and so I believe the charity is going to be going to an organization that helped his mom in her later years. Right? Am I right on that, Radicos?
I thought it was his grandma.
Or his his grandma. So his grandma in her later years and stuff. There's a charity group that helped her with some stuff. So it's going to be a charity thing driven for that, but also it's just going to be an EVE Online tournament. Awesome format. I like the
Is it
format.
teams or solo?
Teams. It's 6v6 tournament. And I like it. So a lot of people are very familiar with the Alliance tournament, and it's every ship is based on points, and you pick ships on a point limit. It used to be like 100 points, but now they changed it to 200 points. This is different. This is a 6v6, and you have various slots. So you have slots 1 through 6.
I love slots.
Slots.
Position 6 or
We
whatever.
are drained like sluts.
I do. There's so many slots in Las Vegas you wouldn't believe.
That's what I was referencing. Nice.
I love those penny slots.
Yo, butthead, this chick's cool. No,
This chick's cool.
But no, so I might have the number. I really have them reversed 6 through 1, but I think so. Slot 1, it's a battleship slot, right? So Tech 1 battleship only. No. And the things like this with the slots is like you get a list of ships, like you have to bring those ships, and the slot is worth a set amount of points. So it doesn't matter what ship you bring, it is worth X points. I can't recount them exactly. Slot 1 is at what, 22 points, I want to say? I could be wrong. But regardless of the points, so slot 1 is Tech 1 battleship. Period. No, you can't bring Balgorns, there's no flagships, anything like that. It's Tech 1 battleships. And there's also some fitting restrictions. One of the main fitting restrictions with battleships is you are allowed 1 armor plate or 2 shield extenders max, and only 1 local rep. Slot 2 is battle cruisers. Navy battle cruisers are allowed, so generally you're going to see most. You're not. Why bring a Ferox when you can bring a Ferox Navy if it's the same points, right? So. You're usually gonna see like Navy versions, but there are some pirate ones allowed. No Cenotaph, but you can bring. Oh no, it's just the Navy ones, right? I think it's just Navy battle cruisers. The cruisers are where you can start.
So what do you think the meta is going to be? Ferox navies, Drake navies, Hurricane fleets?
I know what the meta is, but I don't know if I can say it.
You could say, I know, Drake.
The same
is to shut the fuck
Vlad
up.
says he knows, but then he's like, "What's the meta?"
Yeah, well, I know, but
I know what the meta was.
So
I said I know you have to shut the fuck up.
Here's a safe answer, because Dirk Satile came on last week, and basically the Prophecy Navy issue is very strong. That doesn't mean everyone's bringing that, but that's like he came on and was like, that's one of the strongest ships in that slot. So I don't think that's giving anything away.
I think Dirk is a goon, and that's why he thinks that.
Okay, well, I mean, like, it's not a weak ship, but I mean, he was, but that doesn't mean that everyone's taking Prophecy Navies. But I'm just saying, like, you're gonna see a lot of stuff. But then
There's a variety of stuff.
Yeah, the comps are gonna change, and again, I can't talk about comps. I can't talk about it, but so slot 3 is your cruiser. So you're obviously allowed Tech 1 cruisers, but also you're allowed Hictors.
Okay, friends, I'm heading.
All right, see you, man. Have a good one.
Bye, Mace.
So slot 3 is like Hictors, Tech 1 cruisers, and some faction cruisers like Vigilance and Ashamus. So I think the pirate cruisers are allowed, minus the no Cenotaph. That's a battle cruiser. That's the other one. But no Gila. That's the cruiser that's basically banned. You can't bring a Gila. So that's a slot, and then slot 4 is Logi. Only Tech 1 Logi cruisers or 1 Tech 2 Logi frigate. And you cannot ban. So when it comes to bans, you cannot ban from the Logi slot. So no faction Logi. No.
And you can only ban 2 of 1 slot.
Yeah, only 2 of 1 slot, and you can't ban Logi. So Tech 1 frigate or Tech 1 cruiser Logi or 1 Tech 2 frigate Logi. I doubt you're going to see many of those. And then the slot 5 is destroyer slot. So that's command destroyers are allowed. T3 destroyers are allowed. And I mean, Navy destroyers are allowed as well. Some faction destroyers are allowed, so you could bring like a Tholos, you could bring Mechubal. What's
Mamba.
the Mamba? I was like, not the alligator. What's the other one? Yeah, the Mamba. You could bring that. So no Nurgle, or is it Draugr? No Draugr, I think.
Or Nurgle.
Yeah, Nurgle's banned too, but I think that's the
Draugr.
frigate slot. So no Draugr in the destroyer slot.
Oh yeah.
And
that
then
still makes me curious why no Draugr though. Just
it's
'cause
really
not really that
strong.
much better.
Yes, it is.
It's really, and here's the thing though, it's in other tournaments, like if you pick a Draugr, it's stronger, but it would be worth more points. But each slot is a set amount of points. Doesn't matter whether you bring a pirate faction cruiser or a Tech 1 cruiser, it's all the same points. So like a freaking arbitrator is the same amount of points as a Phobos. So like having the option to do a Draugr as the same points of any other destroyer, you would like everyone would just bring Draugrs. Like that, you would just see Draugr, and you'd see a ban on a Draugr pretty much every time. So it's the
Same as the Gila.
yeah, same with that's
Same
why
as
the
the Nerf.
Gila, Cenotaph, that's why all those are banned. Like because it would
That's
just be
fair.
like you only see that one thing because it is strictly the
Then you're
best.
spending bans on that just so you don't see it.
Yeah, yeah. So so no Draugr, but command destroyers, pirate destroyers, navy destroyers, that kind of shit. And then the last slot is a frigate slot, so you get E-War frigates. So like you get like a what's it, like Hyena, Sentinel, those, and then assault frigates, and I think you get pirate frigates, right? Yeah, because crew oars,
Yeah.
stuff like that, crew oars, worms, shit like that. So
But not Navy.
not navy, not navy,
Are
and
Skybreakers
and
allowed?
no Nurgle,
No Skybreaker.
no Skybreaker, no Nurgle. And so one of the big fitting limitations though, which is interesting, is that so specifically for damps, ECM, and tracking disruption / missile disruption, you can only fit those modules on ships that get a bonus to them.
But it's kind of been a tournament staple of the last several, even the normal alliance tournaments, where you've been restricted to using the specific hull for.
Like the last
But-
4 tournaments. It's
Oh,
been
has it?
like that.
Okay. Yeah, which I like that though, because then you don't just have everyone putting a fucking jam on or something like that. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Just
remember
hope-
like
just hoping
ATs
for
were-
RNGs
Last
is
thing
to,
you
like,
want
use-
is to be in a Leshek and you're damped out by 2 fucking Cerberuses
Yeah.
with not damped out but tracking
Jammed.
disrupted.
yeah,
And
Yeah,
you
so it's-
fucking can't shoot Mason farther than 2,000 or 3,000 meters, and you're like,
Yeah,
I
so-
hate my life.
it's neat with those. Now, I mean, the other E-War like scrams, webs, target paints, those can be put on anything. Newts, those can be put on anything. And there's also like no T2 drones.
Also,
You can use
only
like
2
faction
up to-
drones, but that's it. Good.
Up to 2 shield extenders.
Yeah, I
or
mentioned that.
one-
Yeah, 2
one
shield
armor
extenders
plate.
or 1 armor plate on a battleship, and only 1 local rep on the battleship too.
Yeah.
So it's
not one of
kind of
each.
neat. So it does allow for like it's rarely do you get the matches where it's just like nothing happens and like nothing's dying. Like it's generally kind of a bloodbath. Like shit dies in every match, so it's going to be a bit more of an exciting thing to watch. But also the fact that you don't have these like really structured comps of like triple this, triple Slipnir, triple this, triple Gila. It's like you get these weird comps where it's like you have to have high end to low end, and there's a whole like kind of like weird balance dichotomy going on to where it's really fun because shit dies and it requires a lot of good positioning and piloting and stuff on them. So it's gonna be a fun tournament. I think really fun to watch.
Yeah, pretty excited. I'm gonna be casting the second arena tomorrow with
Oh
November.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are casting?
Yeah.
Hell yeah! Because they
that's-
Dirk was
But
on.
we
He
won't
was
be
saying-
like on screen, but we'll be talking. We'll
right,
just
right.
call
Because
in the match.
Dirk was saying that like the stream 2 might not have any casting, so that's really cool. That
Yeah, I mentioned something to Jen earlier this week. He's like, yes, and Saf was like, yeah, and then I told him about November. He's like, I don't see why we couldn't. Like, so now it's something just like I want people to watch it, and I want people to enjoy it. Like the second stream, like I know the first stream is going to be like it's not like divided up of like who's best. Like they just have it's evenly split. So I think it'd be good to have those streams going.
Just got a raid. Anarchos, welcome. Thanks guys for the raid. Hell yeah, I'll take a drink for that. We're talking about we're just kind of going over the tournament. There's a tournament tomorrow. If anyone is interested in watching, it's going to be the Charity Cup. It's the basically continuation of the Captain's Cup. Jintan is running the thing essentially. But yeah, so yeah, feeders are tomorrow. So there's a tournament. It's at 1700 Eve time. I think that's 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, if you're in the U.S. So yeah, you guys should definitely check it out. It's going to be fun. Hell of a tournament. We kind of just went over the ship restrictions and some of the rules, but I'm sure they'll do a bit of that on the stream tomorrow if you watch it. But yeah, it's a. We were gonna do. I did not get that graphic, Radicos, from from Redline for the tiers.
That's cool.
But I have I do have a link for the now I can link the CC2 match scheduling spreadsheet, right? Where it just has the matches. Fine. Okay, I was like, I want to make sure that's public before I link it. So this will be a scheduling match.
If we don't, because like we don't have a. Yeah, I don't think it just would have worked. Just because I'd have to go and we'd have to get all the names for all the teams.
Yeah.
There's like 50 teams. There's teams I don't even know what. Yes.
Can you link the second stream that you and YesVember will be casting?
Yeah, so it'll be across 2 streams tomorrow.
The Anger 6, the Soths one.
Yeah, CCP's main channel I think will be 1 stream. That's gonna be the main stream, and I'm sure that if you go into that channel, I'm sure they'll be posting it where the second stream will be as well. So if you don't get the link, I'm sure it'll be. It's not CCP's stream. What?
Yeah, it's Jintan's.
Oh, okay. I thought that they were gonna do it on CCP's channel for one. I would hope that CCP will host it. At least.
You'd think. I have no idea.
Yeah, I think they should just maybe have like a tournament channel or something. But yeah, so it should be fun. Also, so I linked the match scheduling. So that's gonna have the teams. You have 2 different big columns with the matchups, and they're gonna be like rapid fire. So it's gonna be if you have both streams up, it's gonna be kind of like back to back to back. Like you could just pretty much just be watching nonstop matches with not much in between. Or if you want to focus on one stream and like catch the commentary in between, there's that too. But now the roster spreadsheet, is that public as well?
Yeah, it's all public.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that I check before I link the stuff.
It's public. It's there for everyone to see.
What about our team's? What about our team's spreadsheet? No, I won't link that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Is that what you?
Gotta drop some dank links.
That's what you linked, Drayden. I'm just kidding.
Oh no! Am I fired?
No, you're good.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
All right, rosters and format. Here we go. So there's the roster, and then I'll also link the format and the rules if people are interested in that as well. Charity Cup rules. But yeah, I'm super excited. I love tournaments, and even more now. So I mean, this is again, I can't talk about specifics, but like, because we were talking about this the other day, Radicos, where you came on at like during the Alliance tournament or just before the Alliance tournament last year, and I kept asking you like, so teams doing this, like, why would they pick this, or like, what's the thought? And you were just kind of giving very vague answers. You're like, I can't answer those because there's shit going on.
Yeah. It was funny.
And now that I've been
you were asking all the right questions, yet I couldn't I'm like I can't even answer him because he's asking like way.
Basically, like, I'm asking questions
direct
that need
questions that he doesn't know how direct it is, and you're like, oh.
But like now that I've been like practicing on the team, it's like I see the answers to a lot of things, and now I don't. This is not going to give any OPSEC stuff away, but there are some various things, just basic general things watching tournaments where I'm like,
here we go.
Why are they not shooting this guy? Like, because you see like the damage. All you can do look is like the health bars going, and see the E-War stuff, and like you're like, that guy's in half armor. Why they just focus? Like that hyena is causing such an issue. Why don't they just shoot the fucking hyena? It's like, okay, but they, there's carries over there. Now in AT they have different things, but in the it's like there's a carries and they're damping the shit out of the people that could apply to the hyena. Or there's a whole lot of other factors that, or like someone's getting screened and they just don't have the access to. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like when you're just looking at the screen, like that dude's almost dead, just fucking kill him. It's like, it's easier said than done. You can't just fucking kill the guy because if you're not in the position to do it, or you're getting like screened, or you're like, there's E-War, or there's all these other factors that go into it, or you're neuted out and it's like, I could shoot him, but I don't have any fucking capacitor left to shoot him. And it's like there's a lot of things that you just really don't see happening when watching the tournaments that you
so
like
much
when you're
left out
actually like when you're actually flying in the thing, like, I get it now. Yeah, this is fucked. I can't hit him, you know.
Yeah.
So that's it's pretty good. So I'm excited to watch it.
Or
a
you're
lot of fun,
TD to
yeah.
hell and you just can't range, like what Rakos
Right,
is saying
yeah.
with the Lashak.
Oh gosh.
No Lashaks in this tournament. That should be good though.
Yeah, it's good.
I do like that it's like I like the format of this one. I like the AT as well because it allows for like some
AT 's
pretty
great.
robust comps, but I like that this one it has a lot of limitations, so it really forces people to kind of work with lower end stuff, and so it kind of makes more of like a scrappy type of environment, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely scrappy, I would say. What is this? Oh shit.
So some of these teams, like since this is not the Alliance tournament, there's a lot of these team names that don't reflect necessarily who the groups actually are.
Yeah, I think that's great. I love it. Like ours is like that. If you go to ours, this is fine.
This is fine. Yeah, it took me a while to find that. Some of them are pretty like premature evacuation. Who is that?
I think that's some boundary experts, dudes.
Oh, that's boundary experts. Okay, yeah, because like there's some pretty funny names.
Oh no, premature evacuation is Baza and Viran. Your ninjas, the guys that talked you out of betting on, and then they actually got like 6.
And then there's some other ones like Odin's Call Me Maybe or something. That's Odin's Call, right? Obviously, but
that's a one they've used before. They used like Odin's. I think it was Call Me Maybe, or it was the Odin's like voicemail or something. It's pretty good.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good ones. Shrimps is Bugs. I think isn't that an actual alliance though? Like, weren't they?
That's
or was that Anger Games? I think they were
Ramboy.
Anger Games.
That's Ramboy and
Okay.
And his like Goran dudes.
But yeah, I mean, did you want to maybe predict some matches for tomorrow? Because our team's Sunday, right?
Yeah, ours is Sunday.
2 matches Sunday.
Yeah, I'm down to predict. How do you want to?
All right, so
it?
yeah, let's just you know what? I can write it down. Hold on, I have to find. I have a notebook over there. Give me 1 sec.
Notebook. You have Notepad, right?
Right.
I can make a graphic for this for next week, but I don't have the time at the moment. But I can at least write it down. So first match, Neglect Emotional. Wait, hold on. Neglect Emotionally, Standard Protocol. I don't know either of these teams.
We know one of them. Standard Protocol is pretty good. But Neglect Emotionally are barcode dudes.
Oh, okay. I do
There
know
might be other
barcode.
ones on there. Let me look on. Let me see here. Yeah, like Sura's on there. Aider, Tungen. Yeah, it's. I think there's only one person I haven't heard before on that team. So yeah, barcode team. Neglect Emotionally. That's good.
So, Radicos, in your opinion, which team or teams are the favorite to win it all?
Well, I'm
This is
sure, like,
fine.
Tuskers. Yeah, this is fine. But I'm sure like Tuskers and Barcode, Shrimps.
Is who was the one that won last year? Is not White Squall, but what's the other
Tuskers.
Truth Honor Light? Are they in this? I'm guessing.
No.
Like
They
none
don't
of the
use the-
players are either. They just
There's maybe a couple across a couple teams. I'm sure.
okay, but they aren't like as a group then.
No.
Truth Honor Lights Hydra, right?
Yeah, Remnants of Hydra. Yeah.
Yeah, they won AT last year, right?
No.
No, really?
Tuskers won AT.
Oh, that's right, Tuskers, because they kept bringing the fucking Dami comp.
And
The fucking unbeatable Dami comp, and then like the triple Typhoon comp that was also unbeatable.
Triple Hyena. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Talk
It's
about
like
fucking
Dami comp, they
big
just
brains.
couldn't.
Like, that's like 7-head shit, right?
Yeah, it was like the Dami comp was oppressive because they couldn't defang it fast enough, or if they tried to defang it, they would just lose too many things in the process. But if they tried, they couldn't kill the Dami. I don't know. It was like that was one of those comps. Like I don't know what you do against that, because if you focus on the low end, you lose all your shit, and then you don't have anything to kill the battleships, and they beat you on points. But if you focus on the battleships, you don't break them, and if you do break them slowly, you lose your whole fleet in the process. So I don't know how you beat that. And then when they went to the was it Typhoon fleets issues, that's also another comp. It's like they have so much projection that you can't not get annihilated by the damage, but also they could just kite away. It's like those two comps just back and forth.
Yep, that was good.
It was like the only time they lost is when, because of the victory bans, they had to bring Tech 1 Dommies that just didn't quite work the same way as the other ones. But I think they tried like a Sin and like 2 Tech 1 Dommies and it just didn't work.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's like I don't know. Those were strong, but and then we got second arena Team Pony versus Grief Team 6. Also teams I don't know.
Hold on.
You're looking that up. I'm gonna head out.
All right, see
Hey,
you, man.
LB.
Have a good night. That wasn't LB. That was Alex.
Oh, god damn it.
All good. All good.
Bye, LB Sokarad.
Happens when I don't have the cameras pulled up and I'm not sober.
I don't have an awesome mustache like LB. So
Yeah, if you guys haven't known by now, I tend to pour myself very stiff drinks.
Same.
Like this gin and tonic, it's like a standard cup, and it's probably a third gin. Like a third of a normal cup full of gin.
Oh, that's a little stronger than I did.
Wild. Where the fuck I closed one of the things so I don't have. Fuck. Who's the next one?
It was Team Pony versus Grief Team 6.
Team Pony versus Grief Team. Probably Grief Team 6. It's Tusker's other team and other guys.
Oh yeah, then probably.
The Team Pony is new team. So I go, sorry to say, but yeah, Grief Team 6.
All right. So and then we got Premature Evacuation. Oh yeah, and then Spider.
Premature Evacuation.
Yeah.
They're probably favored to do really well. Very good team. Like Infantas is on that team. It's part of Snuff. That's a good team.
And then we go on the other side. Sardaukar versus the was it Blahajadin Freedom Fighters.
Damn, we found the Dune fans.
Yeah, Sardaukar. Sardaukar. It's supposed to father.
I'm trying to find Sardaukar.
Look on Arrakis.
New team. Versus who?
No, they're on Seleucus Secundus. They're versus Blahajadin Freedom Fighters.
Oh, that's a cool name. Tali Blahajadin Freedom Fighters. Isaac, he was on Plug and Play last year. Tali's on Barcode. I think that's Dragon Lord also. I think was on Barcode. I'm not sure. No, he wasn't. But they're all that's Neon Nightmare. Those are good, very good PvPers. That'll be a good team. They'll win. I'm thinking this match for sure.
You the Sardaukar?
No, Blajahideen.
Oh, Blajahideen. All right, next we got Not Dead Yet and Seriously Suspicious. Seriously Suspicious, I think, has been an AT before. That's one thing. I'm not familiar with a lot of the players' names. I've been trying to look into that a little bit more.
Jan is yeah. I don't know who Not Dead Yet is. I'm not sure. I'll go with I'll go with Jan and Seriously Suspicious.
All right, so Not Dead Yet looks like. Looking at the ratings, Ladle Travar, that guy looks pretty high. Ladle Travada? Got like a 2,800 rating.
I don't know.
That's pretty high. And then Solanda Catch.
This is very new. Yeah.
And Destron Aurelian. Aurelian?
I don't know who that is.
So you're going with Seriously Sus?
Yeah. Seriously Suspicious.
Sincerely Suspicious. Fucking.
I wonder if they have an imposter on their team then.
Next one is so we got Init and then Whelp Drive Active.
Whelp Drive. That's hold on, fine.
Whelp Drive Active is Alexander.
What?
Choringen.
Oh, that's a wild card team. A Boundary Experts team.
Verpio, Nolan, Chadwick, Avinadev, Vega, Varen,
What slot is that in?
Getrix.
Like he says, how there's like numbers above the team names. What is that?
14.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's some Boundary Experts and some other guys I don't know.
Boundary Experts pretty good.
Team. The other team. There's another team that I'll see when we get to them. I don't know who they are. I'd have to look at everything. But yeah, keep going. I think the Boundary Expert team wins. Whelp Drive Active.
Okay.
In it? Yeah, Whelp Drive.
Yeah, and then OSHA Violators, Lazy Piglets.
Lazy Piglets. Pretty sure that's it's Tuskers.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, as much as I like the guys on OSHA Violators, I think Lazy Piglets have that one.
All right, next one is If All Else Fails and No Local.
Hey, gents, I'm going to bounce. I'm going to catch F1 starting soon.
Probably If All Else Fails, but, no local could be a dark horse.
See Vlad? Oh, yeah.
Who left?
Vlad.
Oh.
And there's a shitload of matches tomorrow. I don't even. It'll take us an hour to get through all these.
Yes.
Do you want to hit like so? Okay, so that's another one. A name I know: Nanite toothpaste and submissive and booshable. I like that name, submissive and booshable.
So submissive, we were gonna practice them, but we ended up not.
So I know we practiced Nanite.
No, we didn't.
Oh.
I mean, submissive and booshable have some good guys on there. Some yeah, Revlin Ed even says 2000. He's been on my teams. Just hasn't been active enough to fly. But he's good. Grard Jax is good. Hoff, Punts. Another fucking wormhole just spawned. God damn it. I'm just trying to check all mine. Let's see here.
Post and local.
I think it'll be Nanite. Phantomite's on that team too. He's good. I think it'll be Nanite. They're a solid team. Cow and Blaze from Plug Player on there from last year on there.
Okay.
So yeah, definitely go with Nanite.
Nanite? All right. Post pod clarity and Rorqual procures.
I don't know who Rorqual procures and
Rorqual procurement adventure.
Venture.
See if I can find them on the list.
37. I don't think I know any of them.
Shathix? That name sounds familiar.
But
I feel like I've seen him in tournaments before, but I don't.
Who's the
really
other
know.
team?
Post pod clarity.
Oh, post pod clarity for sure.
Yeah.
Memphis on that team. Zarak both were on plug and play 2 years ago. Yeah, post pod clarity.
Post pod.
For sure.
Then you got Rage Quit. Well, it's Rage sub. It's Rage Quit Cancel Club. Versus Yeet Fleet Elite.
Rage sub cancel.
Yeah, I think I would have picked them too. After that, you got Galente Police versus Gun Burning Boundary Bouncers. That's one I haven't heard of.
Dindle, Burtok, that's test. What's the other team?
Gun Burning Boundary Bouncers. It's number 13. Oh, you said that's the test one?
Yeah. The other team?
Galente Police.
I think that's Chad
Department?
Flames' team.
Oh, is that Chad Flames?
I think I go probably Gun Boundary, Burning Boundary.
Yeah. Gun Boundary, okay. Last one, or not last one.
I will not be crabbing in my hole tonight. I'm kind of mad about it.
We got Certified Tentacle of Chaos, and we got Odin's Call. I think Odin's Call probably wins that one.
Yes. CTOC are good dudes, though.
Rookie Krookie and Honkai Delta Force.
That's fucking sweet names. What was the first one called?
Rookie Crew. Okay, so that's number 18. Fern scored Ayumi, Shiko, Colette Orma.
Alfonso, I think.
Alfonso, Judy Jade.
When I was flying with Exodus for a little bit.
Then Honkai Delta Force is 21. That's like King MYF. Casimir.
Honkai Delta Force.
I feel like Casimir.
Really
like Casimir's. I know that name.
Casimir and Coconut Water.
Yeah, Sarion, Ikaruga, like
King MYF. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Honkai wins that one. Mia Culpa and Tempest Calciv is pretty strong. They lost. So here's the weird.
I mean, I think they got some gamers on that team, so I wouldn't.
The Mia
I
Culpa.
wouldn't count those. Yeah, I'm not going to count them out. Who's the other team?
Tempest Calciv, yeah. So so Tempest got knocked out pretty early, and here's the weird thing with this last AT last year. The seeding I think was fucked up because when a team, like the way they seeded the teams, it felt, because normally when you have seedings, you have like the highest seed versus the lowest seed, and then it just works its way in, right? That's how every tournament works it. And then when you go to the lowest bracket, you have the team that was the higher. So it's like you have the thing where like the lower seedings like have to kind of prove themselves, or the higher seedings get the better matchups. That's usually how it goes. But they had it to where in the initial tournament like lineup it was fine, but like when they went to the losers bracket, it's like you had teams that were like
that's what happens.
4 seeds versus teams that were like 2 seeds in the losers bracket. It's like in like round 1. Like normally it doesn't happen until you get to the end of the losers bracket. So you have these teams getting 0-2'd and knocked out, not because they were bad, but because like they went against a really good team and lost, and then they went against another really fucking good team and lost. And it's like so it was like the seeding that CCP did for that bracket was like bonkers, because I'm like these teams should not be facing, like you shouldn't be having like what Odin's Call and Tempest facing each other in round 1 of the feeders. Like what the fuck happened, or in round 1 of the losers bracket? Like how the fuck? It shouldn't work that way. So I think that whoever set up that bracket messed it up, which caused for an interesting tournament overall, but I feel like the seedings were not placed the way they should have.
I think that happens sometimes. It does.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I have to do a bio real quick. Yeah. So who were we on? It was right after Honkai. It was So Mia Culpa. I think I'm gonna call Templess on that one, but I mean, do you think Mia Culpa pulls that out, or do you think Templess wins, but maybe barely? You roll the hole. Radicos.
What'd you say?
Oh, I was saying. So are you thinking Templess takes that one though, or do you think Mia Culpa?
Templess.
Okay, Templess.
Yeah, Templess.
All right, then we got Magnet Shine. That's like a long ass German word. Magnet Scheinen Geschütz versus Fish.
Fish.
It's like the symbols of fish, and then
it's Laserhawks, but it's fish.
Oh, okay, that's okay, Fish. So Magnet Scheine shoots. I don't know who that is.
I do not either. Let's see. Oh, Ruffs. That is.
I found number 10.
Paper Numbers.
Okay, they got Jalthi. No, Jalthi's over like 3,100.
Or is that
It's Jalthi, Reifeson.
I think that's Paper Numbers.
They got some high-rated players on that team.
Definitely Paper Numbers.
Right, I'm just gonna write Magnet. It's gonna be funny seeing the comment. Oh, that's you in November. You guys are gonna have to try and pronounce that one. Yes. Magnus Scheinen
Geschütz.
Magnus Scheinen Geschütz.
Magnet Scheinen Geschütz.
Then you got Standard Protocol, former Relv. Oh, that former Relv Dissidents, isn't that Brave?
Standard Protocol.
Is it former Relv residents? Isn't that Brave?
That's Goons.
Oh, it's Goons. Okay, former Delve residents, right?
And I think Standard Protocol.
Oh, right, yeah, because that's
They're good.
that's
good
Dirk
team.
Steele's team.
Yeah, the Goons team. Yeah.
All right, so Standard Protocol. Then we got Velociraptors and Yabbies, baddies.
Those are the guys in our group.
Yeah, Yabbies are in our group, right?
So is the other team.
Oh, Velociraptor. Oh, okay.
Every team that face each other and feeders are in the same group.
Gotcha. Okay.
Velociraptors is old test team with Soldarius, Dante, Sebastian. I'm not sure about the other guys. Remember, but I don't know. That's one I'm kind of up in the air about because Yabby's team is Yabby and Snorbit and the crew. They're all solid PvPers, good tournament players. But Velociraptors, Solidarius used to be on Templa's team too. I think Yabby's team will take that one. Yeah, I think Snorbit, Yabby, and the crew. I think they take it.
Okay. So we got Yabby. Wait,
We're finally on the second day.
No, this is the first. I feel like oh shit! It's 2 days. Fuck. No, we're still on day one.
That's fine. We won't predict ours, and I like that.
Let's see. I think this is okay. So this is a Lahajadine and Osha Violet.
Here's what you should do here. Instead of go to okay, I need to just pull up the other. Why don't I have the other link here?
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Yep. Need to pull up not the rosters, but the schedule. Hold on.
All right, back.
I'm back. Okay, so on the tab, the rosters one, the format. If you go to team ranking, we can just talk about what teams we think will advance through the feeders.
Oh, okay. That's a good idea.
Sorry about that.
It's all good.
I thought of that before, but then we started just going on guessing. So I was like,
yeah.
So yeah, Group A, face no need. What say? No need face loose. Gumpima. Gumpima and Sedition. So I don't know who Gumpima is.
I thought there was 4 teams in each group. I didn't know there was 3.
It's 3.
Oh, there's some groups that have 4.
2 do.
Yeah.
Group N and Group O.
And 2 teams progress from each group?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like Rage Sub, Cancel Sub, and Yeet Fleet Elite both advanced because University Underdogs dropped out. They're the only teams that got a free in.
Oh, okay. Which is weird because you would think that maybe one of the groups that have 4 people, maybe you move one of those into that group then.
I think that messes up some.
Oh, does it? Okay. Probably match it, yeah.
Matches.
Yeah.
But Yeah.
Shit happens.
So Group
Oh, so you got
A, Sedition, they got some gamers on that team too. This I think.
so they got rankings though. So you got like the whole diamond, platinum, gold. I mean, goes and that's just based on the numerical values of the MMR they apply.
Yeah. I think in Group A, it will be. I think Sedition might actually pull it out. But I gotta see what Gampa is before I eat my own word. Where?
They're number 50.
I wasn't there yet. Oh,
so it's like Jace, Roland. Oh, Jita.
Yeah. That's
yeah, I know Jita. Jita's
Control.
Yeah, Jita's
If
pretty
you mentioned,
solid.
ask him how they said. Dude, Jita's great. Jace is great. Nick Domar. That's a Hydra guy there. That's flying his Finnish friends.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Jita comes in the channel. Yeah, he's come on a few times. Like
Jita's awesome.
Yeah, I like Jita.
Sweet, Wari, they're all good. All maybe a couple I don't know, but yeah, Richard, that's a good team. They definitely advance 100%. I think Sedition does rule out. I think these guys will go 2-0.
Campima?
Yeah.
Yeah. So face feed no loose or Sedition, do you think?
Face feed no loose. They'll go
that's like the no need loose face.
Yeah.
Is that same. That's not Hidden Leaf, is it?
No, Hidden Leaf is premature evacuation.
Oh, okay. Okay. Is that got Baza on it, or is he just?
Yes.
Okay, he is on there.
I think he's captain. Group B, obviously this is fine, us, and I think Yabbies will move through.
Okay.
I think we'll move through. I think, sadly, I don't know if. I mean, we'll see. Tess could pull one out and beat us. So, there you go. We'll see.
And then Magnet, Shining, Shoof. So you said
Zions, that's the other side of Boundary Experts, and Fish.
You said Fish was
Paper
Tess?
Numbers, Fish. No, Paper Numbers, Fish. Paper Numbers, Laserhawks, and half Boundary Experts. And
those are all good teams.
That's yeah. I think Hawks.
I think Hawks and Boundary Experts, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like Paper Numbers isn't bad, but I don't know if they beat the other two.
We'll see.
I mean, it's not exactly the same teams as the
See, Hawks can't bring rush, so they might actually they might do pretty good. I think they will. I think they'll advance.
You think Fish advances?
Fish and Chief Keef Zionist.
Okay. D, we got the Honkai. That's we just went over who that was.
Honkai's Coconut Water and those guys. Yeah.
Ricky Crookie. I mean, probably Baby Carrot and Honkai. I don't know who Baby Carrot is.
I'm looking for Baby Carrot right now. Oh, Baby Carrot is Brave. A lot of good dudes on that team.
Well, that's tough then.
Lots of good dudes. Yeah, Honkai, Baby Carrot, definitely advance.
Honkai, Baby Carrot. I might pull up this. Hold on, let me pull up this graphic since.
Yeah, pull up the graphic. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I was like, there's no reason for me to have my mug on there if we're talking about this. Here we go. All right, so we're doing the groups.
Control zoom little. There you go. There you go.
I just had to. I didn't size for a different window previously, but All right, so now we're on what, Group E.
Group E. I would say premature evacuation and bright side of death, both very tournament. You know, have guys from. They're all good gamers. I think SPDR just drew the short end of the stick in this group. Yeah, definitely those two in advance. Just how it shows.
Yeah.
So this next one's hard because deteriorated, gun burning nerds and Chad's team. I mean, I think Chad's team might not make it through feeders.
Chad
Sad to say.
Flame?
Yeah.
Damn.
Because deteriorated, they finished like 8th last year in AT. They're a good team. And gun burning dudes, who was that again?
Oh shit! I just closed the wrong thing.
Gun burning's test or Horde.
Oh, that's Horde. Okay.
Oh, what a,
Does it have Villy on it, or is Villy not playing this year?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. Looks like Villy is not. Yeah, so they're gonna make it through and deteriorated, and Chad drew the short end in this one. But could be wrong. Hope he does well. Next one is No Victories, Group G, Post Pod Clarity, and Rorqual Procurement. I think.
All right, hold on. So F, you said is deteriorated and gun burning.
Gun burning, yeah.
All right, Group G, we got No Victories, Post Pod Clarity, Rorqual Procurement.
Yeah, it's going to be Novak or No Victories, which is Novak, and Post Pod Clarity. No questions.
Post Pod Clarity. Who? What?
Nymph and Zeriak. They used to be on Plug Play Team a couple years ago.
Okay.
Very good.
And so H, we got a rival. No local. If all else fails. I'm guessing a rival probably makes it.
Yeah, and you know, if all else fails or no local, I think no local could maybe. I think no local could make it through. I'm undecided. I don't know. I don't know if I want to. There's good gamers on that team. Deba's team. Yeah, so
Yeah, if all else fails,
I think
number
no
45.
local could make it through. Actually, I'm gonna go with no local.
You think? Okay. So we got Shrimps is Bugs, Whelp Drive Active, and In It.
Shrimps and Whelp Drive for sure.
Yeah. All right, Jay. Neglect Emotion, Former Row, so Goons, and then Standard Protocol.
I think Standard Protocol and Neglect Emotion, but you know, Goons, they're a tried and tested team, so maybe they make it through group. But Standard Protocol got some good guys on there.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I was like, I'm always fine to say Goons are gonna not make it, but not out of any hostility towards any Goon players, but just
Yeah, of course.
rivalry. Gotta. Now I'm gonna say Templars probably makes it through round one for sure.
100%. They're right through.
Edict. I don't know them.
And same with the next one. Group K, Group L. Odin's Calling Baby Aggressively Feeders was wrote, yeah. They both make it through. I'm not
Because you-
dogging on 2000 MMR guys. I'm just like, these are teams that players that are pretty dang good.
Yeah. So you're saying mea culpa.
Yeah, mea culpa. Yeah.
All right. Odin's Call. I want to say they make it.
Yeah, and aggressive mid tier, which
Aggressive.
is Road.
Okay. Oh, it's Road. Okay, yeah. Road's pretty good. Writing all these down. I want to see how these go through after tomorrow.
Yeah.
I guess
Sunday,
it'll have to be Sunday. Yeah. And then so Rage Quit. Pretty sure it makes
So
it.
those guys both make through because one team dropped out. So
Oh right, that's right. Yeah, they're guaranteed.
Fleet,
So
Rage Club, just
yeah.
right on through.
I mean, I feel like Rage Quit would have probably made it regardless.
Absolutely. Top tier gamers right there.
Then we got, this is one of the 4 team groups. Grief Team 6.
Yes, Grief Team 6 for sure.
And Seriously Sus, Not Dead Yet, or Team Pony.
I think seriously sus, but Team Pony might put one through then. See.
Want to gamble on Team Pony?
I do not. Do you?
I would. You got to
Okay.
throw an upset. There's always an
Hey,
upset.
go
You can't
for it.
always just go with the highest rated ones. Like there's always upsets. Like if March Madness has taught me anything, I wrote a bracket really hard. You know, back in the day, it was probably 6-7 years ago. Like Florida Gulf Coast, like a 15 seed, went all the way to definitely the Sweet 16. I think they almost made it to the Elite 8. And I had them picked all the way to the Sweet 16, and my brother was like, "Who the fuck are you doing? Florida Gulf Coast, I don't even know who the fuck that is." I'm like, "You watch, they'll win." And he was like he was talking shit. I was joking, and then they actually won like 3 or 4 games in a row. I'm like, I was like, dude, I probably would have won some money if I actually put that bracket into some gambling, but
Probably.
I don't know shit for college basketball. I only watch it during March Madness, but I was like, see, sometimes you just got to pick upsets that don't make sense, but it works. So I'll go Team Pony on this one.
All right.
I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen, but
Just like you said, though. I mean, you got to go for the underdog. So. I have a couple times in this.
yeah, I mean, like, what was that one year when Frat won the whole thing, and everyone was like, "Oh, Frat, those crabbers," and they fucking smashed every single match they played.
Yeah.
And then last year they didn't do so hot, but like the year
A
before,
lot of them came from, I think, like half of them came from Esports Patopia, which are amazing gamer.
yeah, I was wondering because I was watching that tournament. I was like, it wasn't like weird lucky wins. Like Frat solidly won like every match they played. Like they actually just played they outplayed everybody, even like the top tier teams. I was blown away with some of the shit they were doing. But and then they last year they just, I don't know, something happened. I don't know if they went 0-2, but they went like 0-1 and then lost again, or maybe 0-2, but
I don't know.
but anyway, Lazy Piglets, OSHA Violators, Blahashadin, and Sardaukar.
Blahashadin. I think I'm gonna go. OSHA Fighters, Blahashadin. Oh, that's a hard one because Lazy Piglets for sure. I'm gonna go for Blahashadin. Oh well. Oh, I like OSHA. Shit. This is a hard one. I think Neon makes it through.
Who is that?
Blahashadin. Yeah.
Okay. All right, we got Group P, Evasive Maneuvering. They're pretty solid. Yeah, it's good. Submissive and Booshable. Probably one of the better names.
I'm gonna go with Nanite and Evasive Maneuvering.
And Evasive, okay. I think submissive and bushable and premature evacuation, top tier, like name convention, probably the best ones.
Yeah, for sure. A fucking frig hole, Drayden.
A frig hole? Is that one of the new ones?
No, like a
Oh.
frig. It's just a friggin' snap out. Whoa!
Well, you said evasive maneuvering and nanite, right? See if you can identify my alt. Solitarium. Don't know. You got an alt in this thing?
What did you say? What?
Oh, Solaritarium in chat is like, see if you can identify my alt. I wonder if he's like in the
Tank.
chat. Oh, fucking tank. All right.
I don't know if it is. I'm just guessing.
Oh, I thought you like knew that. So it was him. I was like, oh, what's up, dude?
It might be though.
Is it tank?
Solitarium. It feel. I don't know what. Why? I don't know.
Shit.
It's tank. I'm gonna just go with tank.
Is that tank?
I don't know. He probably won't say. Fucking Friggle. Oh.
Tank always gives off like Lebowski, like the dude from Lebowski vibes,
For sure.
mixed with like the chill Walter Sojak. Like, fuck it, dude. Let's go bowling. Like, it's like that is
Yeah,
like
for sure,
Tank's
yeah.
permanent like state of mind.
I like that.
All right, so I got the predictions down. We'll see how they pan
Nice.
out.
yeah, brother.
I'm gonna probably send the raid over to somebody because I need to eat some food and then go to bed if I can wake up in time for this thing.
Send it to 404.
404. Yeah, we can send it 404.
I mean, he's racing, so I don't know. Maybe you should send it to someone new.
Oh yeah, I would. I like 404, but yeah, I'm probably gonna send it to another Eve streamer, just since everyone's here for Eve if they're active. There's Morty Snurd, but I feel like he does more mining than PvP. I'd like to send someone doing PvP if possible. There's Ghosty Gaming.
I don't know.
Swirty's doing deliveries. I don't want to do that. We could send it to Uwadama Scout. That's always an option. I won't do that.
Send it to Chaos.
Could do Chaos. Wait, where's Chaos? Oh yeah, Chaos. He's doing Drifter Crisis stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
why
doing
not?
the new sites. Yeah, you know what? Hey, why not? That's what Chaos 1298. Are you gonna get away, Solitarium? What is your ult, or are you just gonna leave it hanging?
It's tank. I'm guessing. I'm just being. I believe.
Leave it hanging. All right.
Who is it?
Oh, he just said he's gonna leave it hanging.
I'm pretty sure it's tank. 'Cause I
I'm,
feel like
I'm
that
gonna go with
name-
Tank as well. That sounds like something Tank would say.
Yeah, he's active right now. He's green. That's tank.
Got him.
Maybe it's not though. Who knows?
He has a
Well, hey,
reputation to uphold as the game's
thanks,
#1 spy.
Thanks for having me on. I'm excited for this weekend.
Hell yeah.
Hopefully, me in November don't do too bad of a job tomorrow. It's gonna be funny because I should probably go to bed.
Yeah, I was asking November. I was like, dude, I got some Tim Tams for the first time ever. It says it's Australia's #1 biscuit. Is that true? And he just like was quiet. I'm like, he didn't hear me. Damn it. Just got fucking left on red. I don't know.
Oh. I mean,
All right.
sometimes he gets up and walks away, you know. So
Yeah, I think he might have been on the phone or something. Or I think he was
Yeah.
just focused because he was in the middle of practice. I think he was just focused.
we'll
on
just
what he-
cope. We'll just cope for you.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna send it to Chaos. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Watch the tournament tomorrow. Starts at 1700 Eve time, 10 a.m. Pacific 1 p.m. Eastern. You should check it out. It's gonna be a hell of a lot of
Wait,
fun.
so it starts at noon?
1 p.m. Eastern, noon for you. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, that's
Oh,
when
man.
the quote stream starts. I'm assuming you probably.
I'm gonna fucking play some Eve, I think. Because
Oh,
like
shit.
I'm not gonna do my wormhole, but I might do some PvP. Because I don't gotta go to bed for fucking hours. Oh my god.
Yeah. I probably want to go to bed for a little bit, but I need to go make
I
some
need to
food.
gain.
I haven't eaten since.
Oh
like,
yeah, neither have I. I
10
have
this
some
morning.
chili,
It's
man.
been
I've
12.
been talking about all night. I went to that party.
Chilies
with
with
my
no
wife.
beans, right? Just all meat and.
Bro, I will fuck you up. You know damn well. You know goddamn right.
All right, we're gonna send the stream to
brother.
chaos. Thanks everyone for hanging out.
thanks
We'll
for having me. See you,
watch
buddy.
the tournament. Seriously, watch the tournament tomorrow and Sunday. But we'll be back on for next Friday to hang out, and more of the tournaments in 2 weeks after tomorrow. So, all right, thanks everyone. We'll send the raid. I guess I have to wait 10 seconds before I can send it. I should have started that earlier. All right, see you everybody. Bye.
Counting